Welcome in, friends. Hello. Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday. How we doing? All right, let's see. Hope everyone is well. I'm trying to figure out Stream Deck things. One of them is locking up on me. Are we finishing the campaign? That is the plan, but we're starting with Phas. We're going to start with some Phas first. That is numero uno. All right, I might have to turn some things off and on, and it might break something. We're going to find out, okay? If it breaks something, my bad. An error occurred. What the hell is going on? Hold on. Trying to figure out stuff. Trying to install this Stream Deck update and it's not happening. But why? Yeah, update error. What the hell's going on? We'll get there, Alice, one of these days. All right. Let's get that. It's going to probably beady bong. Oh, would you already fix it? Why aren't you working Stream Deck? Right? That's what I'm saying. And of the ones I need to be working properly, it's the really important one because it's the sound. Yes, beady bong, we know. Ooh, maybe. It's trying. It's trying. King, thank you for the 6 months, dude. Thank you. Altricious, thank you for the freaking year, man. Maybe it's cold, warm it up. All right, I'll blow on it. Close applications to attempt to restart. Do not close applications. Absolutely not. It's trying to close OBS. What if I hit cancel? What if I just cancel all of this? Worst comes to worst, I can just manually do everything, which is not the end of the world. It's fine. I say it's fine. It's not really fine, but we'll make do. Here, we'll switch. We'll go ahead and switch over. Hi, caramba. What's up, Honorable? How's it going, friend? How's it going? It's good. One of my stream decks is really freaking out. And I'm trying to tell it to stop. I'm trying to tell it to knock it off. No, go to this one. Hi, caramba. YT, what's up, man? Watching the streams, Minecraft running in the background. Nice. Nice. Why a week? Because I'm going to be going away with Mrs. Flash. We are going to be going away for the weekend. And we're probably not coming. We're coming back Monday. I just don't know if I'm streaming that night or not. Pam's probably trying to steal it. What a jerk. Good and bad. Thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate it. A little mini vacay. Yeah. Where to? Florida. We're getting out of here. We're getting away from all this weather shit. It wasn't, honestly, we didn't know. We planned this before the snow was like, before we knew the snow was going to happen. So, ironically, Ember, what the shit?
Blizzard.
Ironically, it's supposed to snow like 2 feet. It's going to be cold next week. Not this weekend, though. No, this weekend it's supposed to be like 70 and 80. Or so they say. Man. What I might need to do, because I have all my wires bundled under the desk. I might have to trace this and figure out where this one's going. I got to label them so I can try to turn it off and turn it back on. Oh my goodness gracious. Are you going to enjoy the Festival of the Arts? Maybe. Maybe we are.
Blizzard.
Oh, Rogue, thank you for the subs. Defoodle, thank you so much for the biddies, friend. Yep, we are. It's an early Valentine's Day trip for us. That's basically what it is. February is insane for us, so we can't. So we were like, you know what, man? F it. We're going. So we're going. Oh my goodness. 70s and 80s this weekend, and then Monday will drop back down to the 50s and 30s. Yeah. Happy Hazy. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the shorts. Of course. Oh, we're so excited. Blizzard. Obviously only get so much time away just ourselves, right? So we try to take advantage of that when we have the opportunity. And it's funny timing that the time we chose to go away, it's going to snow like 2 feet. Luckily, the kiddos will be in safe hands and it'll be fine. But I'm just saying, it's like, I told the kids, I'm like, dude, have a ball. Go do what you got to do in the snow. However, if it's like negative temps, do not go outside. Safe travels. Thank you. Yeah, the escape hatch. That's right. We found our way out. Iris, thank you for the subs, friendo. This weekend for me won't get above 2 degrees. Yeah, it's supposed to be bad. It's supposed to be really bad. If it's supposed to get that bad for any of you guys, please stay safe, especially if you are in the southern east, or just the southern states, because some of them are definitely going to be hit by like 3 inches of ice, which is crazy. It's a lot and it's dangerous. So please make sure you guys are being safe. Here, hang on to these for me. Oh, break. Thank you for the biddies, friend. Wolf, what is going on? Can't wait for tomorrow. Species Unknown is releasing the laboratory for HSS Hawkins ship tomorrow. Ooh, but still no push to talk. That is the one. That is like one of the main things most people are looking forward to. Is the push to talk. Rogue, thank you so much, man. What food am I looking for? Oh, everything. You name it, man. We're gonna take pics of a lot of the stuff that we eat. I'll make sure, for sure. Juju, thank you, friend. Beats with the kiddos while you're away. Also, say hi to Figment for me. You bet your ass I will. I love that ride. Drifter, thank you for the subs. I'm sorry. Does that say Golden Kappa? What the fuck? Hopped on a plane, so we're all scared. I don't like saying his name. Yeah, well, this is the second time he's done it as well. Crazy. In North Carolina, the grocery stores are already out of bread and water. It's nuts, man. Absolutely crazy. Stay safe. Yeah, wind chills are crazy. I had no idea that it was. I've been so focused over here and looking at cables because I'm like, I'm going to have to trace this under my desk to figure out which power source that's going into so I can turn it off and back on and hopefully it'll work. I tried to update the Stream Deck and it was like, nah, F you. I'm not in the mood. Don't want to do it. Lady Jessie, thank you for the biddies. We are starting off with Phaz today, and then we will switch over to hopefully finish the campaign for Quarantine Zone. This should be the last ditch effort. This should be it. It'll take a little bit. We have a few days to go, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Hi, Ribs. Hello, friend. Talvanor. Thank you for the subs, homie. Titeri, thank you for the biddies. Gonna check out Real Life Point Hope. No, we are not. Negative. This bish. Hello, what's up, Nitro? Dress warm if you'll be here next week. It gets colder than you think. Well, no, I was given good advice, which was like, you need to dress for the like multiple seasons just in case. Because during the day, it's going to probably feel really good. But then at night, it's going to get super cold. So if you're out and about, it's like, okay, well, make sure you have what you need. So that's exactly what we're doing. Yeah. Just finished Quarantine Zone last night. It was a lot of fun. Did you finish the campaign? We're going to Florida. Yeah. Again, we had no idea this storm was coming when we planned this a while ago. Obviously. Well, how the hell would we predict that? It's just the odds of it. It's crazy. My God. J Rob, thank you for the 9 months. I'm good. How are you? Once we go into Phas, I will take a mini break, aka go under my desk to try to figure out where this is so I can try to fix it. Because it's going to make me happy if I can. Got to head up north and experience the negative. Oh my God. You just moved to Florida. Nice. Very nice. All the snow panic. Well, you have to understand that when you are under certain conditions that you're used to and you get hit by something, it's not like, oh, well, we're used to it up here. Well, we're not used to it. That's the thing. It's like when Florida gets hit by snow, you're like, what the fuck? Like, you're not prepared for it. Yeah. You're not ready. Apparently there was like a point in time, I don't know when it was, they had to like salt Main Street in Disney. Like that never happens ever. Yeah. Or when a hurricane's coming, right. I've been down there close to hurricane seasons for sure. Her grandparents used to live in Florida. So we'd go visit once, like at least once a year we would try living in the Midwest. No, I like the East. The East is good for me. I'm cool here. Yeah. So thank you so much for the Prime, dude. Have like no snow all winter. It's been weird. I know. Honestly, last year and the year before, I remember we just did not get a lot at one time. So this has been kind of a long time coming. I think the last time we had a snow like this was probably what? The one that happened in like 96 or something. Check if your local Waffle House is closed. Hey man, that's right down the street for us. Everyone that's not used to this weather in the USA, I'm sending. Oh yeah, I know. Again, it's more or less the ice. It's like a lot of snow obviously sucks and you're buried, but a lot of ice can cause a lot of problems, like power lines going down and things like that. That's where the dangers are. It's like, don't be stupid and go travel if it's super heavy and you can't get anywhere. But ice, there's nothing you can do about it. So you just have to try to prepare as much as you can, right? Drog, thank you for the biddies. Hi, Gaga. Thank you for the sausage, friend. It's required. Gaga, have you been playing Quarantine Zone? Did you realize that they've been putting sausages in their bungholes? When we said we wanted to play sausage in the hole, this is not what we meant. Like, what the F? Ice Storm of 2009 sucks so much. I don't remember that. I mean, obviously, I don't remember that one specifically, I guess. Hi, Spooky Queen. How are you? Nasty Storm in 2016. And they're saying that that one is happening. That this one is happening the same day as that one. That is crazy. Not seen too much of it. You should give it a try. It's fun. We're going to play Phas, and then after Phas, we're going to try to finish it. That's our goal of the day. Yeah. Mr. Cheese, hello. God, my nose is like so itchy. Kitsune, hello. In Texas, the big-ass snowstorm was horrible. No power, no water, couldn't do anything, right? Yeah, and the really dangerous thing about it happening like close to here, not far from here, is that when you have temperatures like that and you do not have power, you don't have heat, like people can and will pass. Like it's scary. It's super scary. So just be as safe as you can be. I get the funny Ouija response in the sense getting back into Phas. Oh, wait, was it the pineapples? Was it that one? Crimson, thank you for the biddies. Do I need to be replacing my thermal paste every few years? I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt. I'm not a huge PC builder and like knowing parts and all that jazz. I'm not that guy. But I would assume it wouldn't be an awful idea, right? I have a dog show I'm entered in this weekend, but it may not happen. A dog show? Like your doggo goes like into a show? Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Holy shit. Where'd you get your PC through? I didn't get it. It's not, I wouldn't say a pre-build because I didn't buy it from a shop. I had someone help me assemble it. So I got it from a guy. I say a guy because I hired him to help me put it together. So it wasn't from a store or anything like that. You know what I mean? Hey, Time Lord, welcome in. How are you? Hello, hello. Love the mug. I do too. This is my favorite one. Carries a lot and obviously fits the theme. Super nice. All right, let's open up Phasmo. And then after I open Phas, I need to trace this cable under my desk. And then one day what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all those cables down and I'm going to get little get labels for cables. So that way I can label every single damn one in case shit like this happens. Normally it's fine, but you need to step it up. All right, go there, go over there, go over there. I'm doing well. How was your stream? Copper, thank you for the 15 months. What are you doing, dude? Oh, hi. I fear I'm now addicted to Celsius. Just stop. That's what I did. There was a good spell of a time where I was drinking Celsius all the time. And I just stopped. See, I'm glad they're working. Man, it only took me badgering them how long to get all that shit to work? Come on now. I don't have mac and cheese, but I have ramen. We had mac and cheese. Does that help? Does that help, Crow? I don't know if that helps you at all. Addicted to sugar snap peas. Oh, that's good. That can't be that bad, right? That can't be a bad thing. I don't know why I can't tell. My mouse I feel like my DP went up a lot for some reason. Like I don't know why I feel like it's very just I might need to get that checked. Doesn't want to approve my walk on. He's probably scared. What do you mean I don't want to approve your walk on? Did I not? I went through as much as I could. Zed, thank you for the gifted to Cernay. I thought I went through and added everybody's. Okay. Ah, there we go. That's better. Ah, it's not so crazy. I don't like when the DP's that high for at least games like this. Hey, Capybara. Hello. Do you know if they plan on adding skull trophies for the new Ghost? I have no clue. It is really weird. And I would agree. I think it's really strange that now we're in a pickle where they wanted to fill the cabinet just to fill the cabinet. So what did they do? They made it so all the achievements were trophies. It's like, okay, that's cool and groovy and all. But what they did was they made discovering each ghost an achievement. So now what do you have? Now you have 3 ghosts, the Diane, the Galu, and the Obambo, that don't have this. So it puts you in a bit of a pick. So King, I don't know. Do I think they should? Yes. I think they should make them achievements. Now, if you already have the achievement of getting all achievements, I don't think that you should like lose that or something. I just think that they should add 3 extras. Yeah, it's going to seem a little wonky, but I mean, they kind of put themselves in that situation. You know, Hockey, thank you for the gifted to Radical. All right. Let me get set up here. Well, okay. We're obviously not doing the challenge mode. You know what we're going to start with today? We're going to start with insanity. I need to go under my desk because I need to trace this cable and try to figure out where the hell it is. So give me a second. I'm not going anywhere. We're not going to switch scenes or anything like that. I just need to figure out where it goes. Yeah. So uno mas. I'm going to try to trace this and figure out where the hell it goes down under my desk. So give me a second. Good luck. Thank you. I don't trust me. Again, I have all the cables nice and neat underneath, but I think that's a problem now. Okay, I think I found it. I found it. All right. Hold on. Yes, it worked. Miss you. It worked. Ah, the old turn it off, turn it back on. I made a mental note of where in the USB hub that I have that's plugged into. She-Wolf Gaming, thank you for the 11-month Prime friend. Pierre, hello. All right, let me set the... There we go. Awesome. Wait, where'd the chair go? Hey, you try to say something? Hey. Hey. All right. Oh my goodness. Where do we want to do this? That's the question. I didn't even refill my drink. Mother, father. Gosh dang it. Falling apart. I'll refill it in a little bit. I'm not worried about it right now. Nels, high school, failing. Oh, that's high school too. Nels. Insanity Nels would be good. I think I would agree. I don't do Insanity very often, so I want to try to change things up a little bit. Like I said, we'll start with Phasmo today. We will start with Phaz, and then after a spell of a time, I don't know when, we'll just decide when we feel like it's a good time to switch, and then we'll switch over because we need to finish Quarantine Zone. Also, drops are only available for another couple days, and today is the last chance you get to get them with me because I'm not streaming again until next week. So just a good old heads up. If you haven't gotten them yet, just keep stream open and you'll be good. Gotten everything. I just don't know how to add it. So it's a bit tricky, but the way that you get them is you claim them on Twitch. So you go to twitch.tv/drops and then you claim them. Once you claim them, you get emails that will give you the codes. You take those codes, you enter them into Steam. Once you enter those codes into Steam, you have them in game and then you just have to turn them on. It's a bit annoying, but it is what it is. It's fine. Hi, Demon. How are you? Murky, thank you for the lurk, dude. Appreciate it. It is what it is. Hi, Tika. Oh, let's see. That is good. All right, let me get started in all the places with the faces, and then we'll be ready to rock. Does anyone know how it works with game? Oh, I don't know. You might have to go find their Discord, which they do have one. You might have to go to their Discord and check for spam for the codes. That's where yours ended up. Mine was not in spam. All right, that is good to go. Go over here, do this, do this. Hey, Ophirio, how are you? 1 a.m. for you right now? That sounds about right. That sounds about right. What's up, Alpha? How are you? Okay. Okay. Awesome. Ready to rock. Awesome. Need to ask? Oh, about the, need to ask them about the drop thing. Yeah. What up, Soggy Toast? You are. Just started, friendo. Yeah. All right. Let's do an Insanity at Nels. Now, Insanity, you do not get a cursed possession. So this might drive us insane waiting for the ghost to do something. Or maybe we'll get a really awesome, crazy ghost, like a demon. Let's see. You never know. Hello, Barks. How are you? Oh, it's not raining? Oh my God. Listen, it's not raining. That's a win. I don't care what it is now. Do I have the yeah, I have every achievement. The demon one is RNG. It sucks, but it is what it is. All right, we are doing insanity. That means I get one piece of evidence, and that is it. I kind of sort of don't want it to be orbs, because if it's orbs, that opens the door for a lot of crap. But we'll find out. Let's go inside. Let's see. Our sanity starts at 75, so we do need to be a little careful, SpongeBob. I might go in with a smudge just in case. You know, it's not an awful idea. We'll go in with a smudge. I'm not even going to check temps yet. It's snowing, so everything's super freaking cold. Yeah. What's up, Mira? Matthew, hello. Meggers, hello, friend. Good luck, Honk, on the way in. Thought you get lucky with an Insanity Blood Moon? Nah. No, not that lucky. All right, no juice. Okay. I did not want him to hit me because I didn't want that to drop my sanity. What'd you do? I didn't do anything. He's just really mean. How do I grind my XP? I don't. Dude said welcome in. He did. Here, we'll watch this. Okay. It's not giving me anything. I thought I heard him toss something. Okay. Get those on, get those on. Trying to get the banner for Prestige 8 and you're only Prestige 2. I always very highly recommend that you play the game to the... If you're trying to grind XP, the best thing you can do is play to the highest of your ability and play it as fast as you possibly can. Yeah. I think trying to... I don't want to say artificially grind, but trying to just push your way through all the prestiges just to get the banners and not learning how to play the game is not going to help you very much. By getting better at the game, you will get faster. By getting faster, you get more XP. Easy as that. Simple as pie. Go over there. Cool. Making sure that's good. Hey, Moon Man, how are you? Let's do the thing. So Ghosty, I think, might be in the bathroom. I'm going to go ahead and take a two of these. And I'm going to bring in this. I'm going to bring in this. I'm going to bring in this. Phaz isn't really meant to be a grindy game. It's supposed to be a game you play to learn. Agreed. Agreed. Wondering if it's better to go for higher multiplier no perfect or lower multiplier perfect. That's up to you if you want to get perfect games or not. If you want to challenge yourself, I'd say go for perfects. Son of a bitch. The one thing I didn't want to see. The one thing. All right, well, that's useless. God dang it. Man. That means we now need to make sure that we don't have freezing. Make sure we don't have UV. Make sure we don't have spirit box. God dang it. Hi, Marissa. How are you? I'm good. In Quarantine Zone, I have the objective guy, but also he has a new symptom. I'm so sad. Oh, no. Oh, that means you have to get rid of him? Oh, yikers. That's stinky. That's uh-oh. Orbs is the worst in Insanity? I know. I called it. I knew it was going to happen. Absolutely jinxed myself. That's fine. Whatever. Definitely Mimic. We don't know. Oh, wait. What is the ghost? That's a good point. Harold Dyer. Touche. I need to also mark that we have orbs. I hear you. Shut up. Yeah. So, I mean, that is helpful. For sure. What ghost are we thinking? No idea. Kind of just started. Dr. Ford, hello. I heard you touch a Nor. I just don't know which Nor you touched. Shh. Oh, he touched the other one too. What a butthole. No, Sushi. I don't know how to do that. No, the only time I ever say that is when there's 100 subs gifted at one time. I'm sorry. Gonna treat me like a parrot? Well, Paula needs a cracker. Why tier 2 over tier 3? Just preference. I don't like slowing the ghost down. That's all. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Playing on insanity. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you close? Are you here? Yep. Okay, well, you need, it can't be you. Can't be you. We'd have to have UV as the evidence, or we'd have to have freezing. So by having orbs, and you have some ghosts that have forced, makes it a little bit easier. Yeah, tier 3 during a hunt will slow the ghost down. Yep. Now, whenever you have the ghost walk in tier 3, oh wait, hold on, I almost forgot. I'm so sorry.
Let's follow the path of Dusty's trail, oh Dusty's trail, Dusty's trail. A stage and a wagon a heading west, part of a wagon train lost from the rest. Dusty's the reason.
That's enough. On Dusty's trail. Maybe the ghost will watch TV. If it would have spawned next to me in an event and just been sitting there just looking up at the TV singing, I would cry. I was watching that. What do I need? Okay, so we want to check for an Onryo, which is an easier test of the ghosties we have, because we can do that before the ghost even tries to hunt us. Now, the other ones, I mean, Revi, Thay, Yokai, Raiju, those are all ones that we can identify with the hunt. The Yurei, no, we can't. The Mare, I need to try to get it to do its ability. I'm going to bring in these. Let's try that. Got promoted at work, so no more hours. Oh, Sparkle, that's awesome, though. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Does the door stalls work with the Yurei? You know, I'm not sure if these ones work with the Yurei or not. That's a great question I'll have to ask. Good. There we go. All right. If it blows this out twice in 20 seconds, it's an Onryo. Mayor's your second most hated. It can be tough on like no evidence runs because you're really relying on its ability for the most part. Or you just have to be really good at tracking sanity to know it that way. There's one. Counting. Damn. Still could be one. It's by choice. It's not like something you can necessarily force. But either way, we'll do the official test with this. Cab, thank you for the 3-month Prime. Appreciate you. Try freezing yet? Oh, I don't think we did. No, I was going to wait on it. I totally forgot. You're right, Agony. I'll check. But this will at least do the Onryo test. That's okay. My Onryos like to avoid firelights like the plague. I know, they like move into the next room. Happens all the time. Man bun, welcome in. What's up, zombie? Ooh, checking the doors for the half touch. I got to make sure we pay attention to that too. Okay, thank you. That helps. Appreciate you. Is that basically closed? Like, what a jerk. Oh, I gotta be careful about that. Oh, I don't want to have that lit. If I light this, I screw up the test. It touched this. I mean, hold on. Yeah. It was like the slowest little touch to make it completely closed. So you like can't cross off a Yurei because of that. Hi, Caitlin. Thank you, friend. Thank you so much for the heart me. Sparkle, thank you for the 26 months. Your hoodie's coming tomorrow. Oh, hell yeah. Perfect timing. It's in the potty. Oh my God. Okay, okay. I didn't realize that would offend you. I'm sorry. That's why I usually close all the doors, so the ghost can crap in peace. It makes a lot of sense. And this is the paper it just used. Oh my God, never mind. I'm sorry. Occupado? Would you do the thing? I'll do it myself. Demon, thank you for the subs, dude. Want you to play catch? I'm not that interested. This ghost is being awfully stupid. Had no idea you could turn it. Yeah, look. Now, what doesn't make sense is that you've got to smack it to turn it off. Like, these hand dryers are definitely the ones that are timered. Did he already move? I don't think so. You got UV. What are you talking about? Oh, ghost. I think it hunted from here. And it just shut the power off again. What an ass. Yeah, motion sensors might have to come into play. Ghost is being a bit of a jerk. Hey, Karen, how are you? No, there was no UV. Negative. Hey, what up, Stick? How are you? Nico, welcome in. Well, now that we're within hunting range, the Onryo test is kind of out the door. It definitely wasn't speeding up near electronics. It's not a Revy. I doubt that I've aged it enough. I'm sus of a Ure, dude. I'm very, very sus of a Ure. Yeah, it's only one evidence. Oh, the freezing. I totally forgot. Thank you, cool dude. I totally forgot. We wanted to check for the freezing to make sure that it wasn't a mimic or anything. So even though, yes, I do have one evidence, unfortunately, it's the one I don't want. Because by having the orbs, it could still be anything. Do you know if UV is bugged right now? I don't think so. Or it could be, and I just don't know. I'm going to go. It could eat that, but I want to make sure I have a smudge. You're making your dog watch? I mean, you can always ask the dog to watch and not make it watch. Your cat's here. Hi, cat. Listen, dude. Can I escape it? Can I escape it? I'm gonna go to the corner. We did. possible yokai? It could be a yokai. Maybe possibly could be. You are such a bitch. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Oh, you're here for the show. Oh, I got you. Here.
Let's follow the...
Got him. Okay, I hit him with a smudge. Just mistook your hunt for that. No, it's not a mare. I turned a light on. It can't be a mare. What did I do with the thermometer? There it is. Super cold. Not freezing. Hi, Freya. How are you? Hey, what's up, Led? Doing good. How are you? I don't frickin'... I need more firelights. Do I have time to get more firelights? We can sure as hell try. Okay, man. Listen. I think he's pissed we turned off Dusty's trail. I think he's mad. Can a Yurei close the door fully? A Yurei can close the door fully. A Yurei cannot touch a door and leave it half open. That's what it can't do. Which is what we're trying to work on right now. It can hunt in the next like 5 seconds. Hey, you ain't leaving. You turn my show back on, bitch. Very eventy. Watch, now it's going to hit the crucifix. Yeah, it literally just hit it. What a jerk. Shut up! Go back to your room. No. No, a yokai is not a stalking ghost. No. Hey, Bailey. See, baby, what's up, Junior? Bro, what the? Like, who hurt you? Who did this? He's such an a-hole. Julie, thank you so much for the heart me friend. Thank you. You hurt him? I didn't do nothing. I offered him all kinds of treats. Yikes. Well, I'd say the odds of you being on Rio are damn low. So, all right. I'm taking this with me. I think this is a yokai or a yurei. It's rage baiting? Yeah. It's okay. Want to hear a song? No. F off, homie. Not interested. All right, now hunt away from us, and I'll do a little yokai test if you walk over here. Favorite ghost? Mimic. Love it. Mimic's the best. Absolute best. Renset, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome in. It might hit that other cruci one more time, and that's totally fine. This is a perfect chance for a test. Get over here. No. No, you come back here. Oh, son of a bitch. Thinking it's a Yurei. We have yet to see it do its ability. Hey, do your ability, stupid. No, I'm not thinking it's a yokai because I think it was actually following my... I think it was actually following my walkie. If the ghosts event near, if they event near, dude, it's got to be a Ure. It has to be. Could have just been unlucky pathing. That's why I usually try to check a few times to make sure it's not. Christy, Summer, welcome in, friends. How are you? Again, I'm pretty sold on a Ure. It'd be nice just to see it do its ability. Had a Ure do its ability right in front of me at the start, and I'm like, oh, thanks, buddy. I know who you are. Why is this happening? Why is he inventing like all these fucking, why are you the way you are? We've had like 7 singing events. How are the ghosties? You know, I don't know how to answer you. Hi, Rocky. How are you? What's up, Josh? And then you fart on me. Man, you know what? I'm playing games. How many events? All of them. You name it. It's done them. I've done. The fact that it's a Ure makes me want to leave. We might do that. Hey, Kleiner, what's up? I'm good. Preparing for the cold. In a manner of speaking. Kind of. Ure, it has to be. If it's not a Ure, then I've been duped. I've been very, very duped. I don't think it is. Hey, Field, thank you so much, man. Ure suck. Get us out of there. Yeah, going to Florida. Again, it was very unintentional to plan the timing that we did to get away from all of that. Yep, it was the a-hole. We knew it. We knew it. We knew it. What a stinky. All right. I could stay on Insanity to do another one. Like, do a different map. Yep, it was an a-hole. Amen. It's cold in Florida too. Yeah, but not that bad. Comparably to here, it's definitely not that bad. Tangle. Willers. Can you play with me? No. Random? You know what's going to happen if I do random. Let's do Grafton. We'll do Grafton, then we'll do Tangle. Yeah. Grafton, Tangle. See, now I want rain. I still have yet to get a natural blood moon on this map. Has not happened. Oza, what's up? Hey, Alan. Day's good. How was yours? Looks like they left in a hurry. Escape the ghost. Blow out a firelight and 3 photos. Well, let's get the firelight. Let's get this. Let's get that. And let's get a smudge. Let's do this. Wind chill -11. Yeah, I didn't even check what the wind chill is here. When did they do the rework of this map? How long's it been now? It's been a little bit. What's with the broken screens? Harder difficulty. So when I say natural blood moon, I'm talking about not forcing it. Are you over here? So what you can do is you can just re-roll maps over and over and over and over and over again until you get it. Or like during the Halloween event, it was all blood moon. So again, I didn't get it naturally. This is insanity. Is that upstairs? What? Did you throw something from the bathroom? Oh, that was so deceiving. How long have I been playing this game? Quite a long time. A solid like 4 years. Are you in here? Did you throw something through the hole? You sneaky snake. You sneaky snake. I heard something downstairs, and the reason I did is because it threw something through the hole. What the hell? What'd the duck do? No, no, no. But that's us saving him. No, 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 no. That's saving him. All right. Let's take... Oh, I didn't leave the smudge there. Gosh, dang it. All right. Well, I'm taking this, this, and this. Is the thunder do something? What do you mean? Does the thunder do anything? I mean, it's just rain. There's light rain, heavy rain. I hear you, bruh. Relax. Relax. Why does it... Interesting. It shows that, like, the distance aura, whatever the hell it is, on both floors? Why? I've never noticed that before. I looked down the hole. I'm like, why the hell's that down there? Hey, Jocelyn. How are you? Spider, thank you for the 8 months, man. All right. We didn't have any orbicals, right? No? Okay. Good deal. I'll be back. Why the crucifix can be burned an edge. Right. But that, I should be able to see it there. Last stream for a week, it is. It is indeed. You hate this map? The ghost rooms are so hard to set up for the evidence runs? No. You just have to... Honestly, the more experience you get, the more you play it, you get better at figuring out where to put stuff. This is not no evidence. This is insanity. It's insanity. Common for older homes with cast iron tubs. Water causes the wood to rot and then the weight breaks through. Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. Chill. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? You can play Mickey Mouse song. Please, I'm scared. So you're asking the person streaming if he can play a song when you're literally probably on your phone right now and you can play it yourself? The youth is succeeding in life. All right, let's go. Hope you have enjoy your time off. Yeah, I mean, really, it's not that much time off. Really, it's no time off. It's just that we're just going away for the weekend. That's all. That's all. Always thought because it shows the range downstairs, it means it doesn't cover upstairs properly. No, I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure. Too much work to pull up YouTube. I know you got to swipe up and then you've got to go to the other app. It makes me sick. Ugh. There's only 3 evidence on insanity. Just reading a YouTube comment. Don't mind me. You ever eat paint chips as a kid? Gives me the longest dots in the world. Oh, you're such a hoe. How hard is it to get a perfect game on no evidence? It's a little harder than when you get evidence because you can record some of those things for your medium. So, I mean, yes, it's harder, but there's a lot of factors that are involved. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what we have. We have dots. So that leaves us with these. And it's grandma too. So that means it could possibly be a banshee. And I saw them with my eye holes, so it can't be a Goryo. We have ads coming, friends. I'm going to go ahead and do them while we're sitting in the truck, actually. This is actually kind of a perfect time. So I'm going to run ads. I do 3 minutes of ads every hour, so that way there's no pre-rolls for anybody that's not sub, doesn't have turbo. I'll run these, and then as soon as they're done, we'll go right back inside. 3 minutes. You got a job? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. There we go. There we go. At least it can't be a mimic. Amen. Oh, so what do we have? What do we have? Okay. I could try to get a photo of the Phantom, see if it disappears. I could try to do the parabolic to see if we get a Banshee whale. It's not going to stalk me to the first floor, so I'd have to try and do it on the one up there. Not a fan of the Banshee? I do when it works right. When it's working right, I am. Yeah. Chilling? Yeah, well, now it's just talk. Yeah. If you don't have ads, that's the best part. Do salt? Not yet. We will. We'll go through each of the tests. Now that we have something that we don't have to worry about mimic kind of stuff. Yeah. What ghost is it when they don't blink? When they don't blink? When they blink less, you're looking at an Oni. As in when it's visible more. Yeah. Hey, Ghost, how are you? How goes it? I'm very well aware of Axe. I've played at least 2 hours of this game. Yeah, maybe 3. Have an ad blocker? Hey, man, whatever you got to do. Whatever you got to do, boo-boo. Stephanie, thank you, Deer Slayer. Hello. I bless you with an Obombo. I'd be okay with an Obombo. We just need to make it hunt. But that's just a matter of going in there, draining my sanity. We could try to get media in the midst of that, though. That might have to be the way to do it. How long ago was it that they removed the forced evidence for the Raiju? What was the forced evidence for the Raiju? Yeah, Kuba. Yeah, I have been for sure. Hey, Taurus, welcome in, dude. Thank you for the follow. Do I play Outlast Trials? I do not. No, because it's super overstimulating for me. Yeah. It's too much. That game is too much at once for me, man. Can't do it. Does the Obombo start off slow and slowly get? You know, I don't know if the Obombo like starts off in one state or it's random. Like if it starts off in the calm or if it starts off in the aggressive. I don't know. That's a really good question. I think the only way you're going to be able to really figure that out is by continually going in, forcing a hunt the second that you get into the map and hoping you have an Obombo so you can see if it's slow or fast. It always starts calm. Where's the proof for that? Did the ads? Yeah, they just ended. They just finished. Yep. Literally just finished. Chi-Chi says so? Okay. I trust Zero. Okay, groovy. Groovy. Someone smarter than me. No, it's people that do a lot of grinding in the game to try to figure things out. So like Zero and his team, they figure a lot of that stuff out by just trial and error. So it's not necessarily something that's confirmed by the developer, but it's something that it's something that has not been proven to be wrong. That's the biggest part of it. Yeah, Socio. Well, what we were talking about is trying to figure out, knowing if it starts calm or not. And according to the wiki, they're saying it always starts calm. So technically speaking, you could open the door and start a 2-minute timer. And after a minute 40, you could force the ghost to hunt. And it should be slow. And then after 20 seconds, go fast. If that's the case. Because the ghost doesn't become active until you open the front door. Hey, Country Club. Thank you, man. Yeah. Well, what they're saying, Marissa, they're saying that it's that it always starts in the calm state and then it goes to aggressive after 2 minutes. So I believe that. Yeah. Let's get this guy. Let's get that guy because it's probably going to start roaming to the frickin' hallway. I know these ghosts. Has always started out calm and then has become more aggressive. Yeah. I never realized it because being in a map however long, I'm not thinking, okay, well, how many minutes has it been? The unofficial cheat sheet says it starts halfway through its calm cycle when you walk in. Really? So, like, how far into the cycle? Like, literally a minute or what? It says a minute? Oh, interesting. Oh, shit. Okay, well, that's less time you'd have to wait to try to force a hunt. Nice. It says halfway through guessing a minute. Yeah, I think so. Need more duck time? No, we're not going downstairs for the duck time. Hiker Fritz, hello. The only ghosts don't know, no evidence is a yokai and a mare. Well, a yokai you can test for because a yokai can't hear your voice or sense your electronics outside of 2.5 meters. And you can actually clock how many meters you've stepped by legit stepping and listening and counting. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't want to. Oh, the ghostie's grandma. We already know. It's already grainy. I don't think I have that yet. All right. We'll go for a dot photo. It's going to fail. I think the fast Obombo is a 24-second hunt versus a 30. Is the Obombo hunt time different based on it being calm or aggressive? 1 step is a meter. Yeah. 1 step is a meter. Hi, Molly. Welcome in. Yikes. All right. Well, now that it's trying to hunt, what I might do is take this away so we can listen. Actually, yeah, we'll do that. Duration's -20. Yeah, see, I'm still learning those ghosts. But it has to start that hunt in the aggressive state, right? So the length of it is depending on where it starts, if it starts calm or aggressive. That makes a lot of sense. Hi, Mr. Chingus. Hello. How are you, sir? Julie, thank you so much for the roses. We're going to bring in a couple more smudgies and another flashlight. It is a Chingus. How are you, sir? How is life? How goes it? All right, I've got 2 smudges. The power's still on. We're going to try to rush and get the power on the lights on these. Why am I not using tier 3 incense? Preference. I prefer tier 2 because I don't want to stop the ghost in its tracks. Oh, so you're good. No worries. No, you're fine. He's had so much fun. I was watching them for a little bit. I watched him and Mogsley play a little bit of Well, you guys played a little bit of... Wait, did you play a little bit of Phas together or did you go straight into the Scream game? Can you be a mayor? Because you just turn on that light. Means you can't. Yeah, tier 2's the way to go, man. I think the curse hunt is always the same duration no matter the ghost. Ooh, that's a good question. Because if you have a hunt length that's different depending on the Obombo's calm or aggressive, if it is a cursed hunt, does it make it even longer or a little bit shorter? Good point. Very good point. 401, what's up? How are you? Waiting for the ghost to hunt. That way we can listen, start eliminating some ghosts. Oh, I didn't grab salt. That's okay. 44 to 48 seconds cursed. Would you start already? Emma? This map is Grafton. Yeah. 1 or 2 for APOC 3. That's up to you. It's all about preference. Like, some could say that tier 1 is actually better because then you're not slowing down the ghost and there's a better chance it'll get away from you. Then others like tier 2 because it slows the ghost down and gives them a chance to get away. But if the ghost is following you, RNG, that kind of sucks. But it is what it is. Still have the bug where the bone always spawns the same spot as Sunny. Yep. Hasn't been fixed yet. Tobias, thank you for the 3 months, dude. Okay, well, this ghost isn't going to hunt. This was fun. You know, I really enjoyed this time. Looks so different. Oh, yeah. Comparably to what it used to look like, so much better. See, that's why, like, everyone's got their undies in a bunch because of Tanglewood rework coming. I am looking at what they did to Grafton. I am looking at what they did to Bleasdale. I am looking at the asylum they replaced with Sunny Meadows as signs of hope that it will turn out like something like this. Because I love this so much more than what it used to be. I don't want to go grab salt. I'm waiting for this stupid thing to hunt. It's already, I'm within hunting range. There has been nothing that has changed. Anything that would stop it from hunting. Asylum is better than Sunny Meadows. In which way? Think people, well, it's because people were used to the old map. That's why. That's why people love it. It's because they're just so used to it. Now they have to learn something new and they're going to hate it. I think they're more worried about losing the island. See, I'm not worried until we see the map. Until we see the rest of the map, we have no idea what to expect. So just because we lost an island in the kitchen is not making me get upset. I love Tangle. It's cozy and familiar. However, Nels is fabulous. Spooky as hell. Bleasdale has so much more personality. Amen. Amen. Wish you played more of the old Bleasdale. Listen, I loved old Grafton. And old Bleasdale was great too. I liked both of those maps. Again, you learned them so you knew what they were. You knew how to get around. But a lot of the shit inside of the house looked the same. Why? Because it was an asset map. They've added a looping spot in every map that they've redone. Right. They take all that into consideration. So you think the old asylum is better because what you think is what is best for you because it is what you think. I'm glad you had a thought process there. That was good. Okay. We can assume what may look like, but everything is a work in progress render until they release the official map. Right. And if enough people stir up and up, would you relax? If enough people cause a uproar about what they've done to the map, they will change it. They will change it. If they get rid of the nursery crib hiding spot, well, they're probably going to. I don't think that they ever intend. Why is this ghost not hunting? I don't think that they ever intended for that to be a hiding spot. And I just think that they just never fixed it. Yeah. I don't even know. I think she died. Again? I'm going to go to the front door and she's going to hunt. Watch this piece of trash. Ready? All right. I'm going to go home now. Could it be a Thay that turned old? That wouldn't make any sense, though, because she hunted, I left. So, like, I haven't aged her more. Must be the wrong house. Yeah, I guess. I mean, maybe I just go sit in the dark. Yokai not talking? Maybe. I kind of want to drain my sanity now. So we could watch it like this. It's in the chicken coop. Blondie. What in the actual hell? Don't you what me? Oh my God. Chinggis, if you're here, I think of you every time. Every damn time. No, it's not a mayor. The yokai call out is not a bad call out. But I don't think I was talking in game when it tried to hunt me. Chinggis every time. Every single time. Yeah, I don't know. This ghost is confusing me. I would like it just to hunt. Yeah, it hunted. That's why that's why I left. It hunted, so I walked away. Blondie, thank you for the biddies, dude. Damn. I could walk in there with a crucifix and then just start yapping. Maybe Raiju Electronics. But don't I have electronics up there? So that means it still would hunt because it's near electronics? Obambo one that gets angry near protection. Wait a minute. No, the Obambo is not the one with the equipment. No, that's the Galu. No, that's not the Obambo. Raiju would have already hunted. Yeah, I know. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's take this crucifix. Go upstairs. Try not to die. Just look at the electronics in that room. Like, come on. Granny, you still here? Hey. Grandma? Did you move, Granny? Oh, did I see my breath the second I got in that hallway? Fell asleep on the toilet. Oh my God. Where's Graham? I'm not talking, like, I'm not holding push to talk. Okay? So, unless it's happening even when my push to talk is not on, which, I mean, I guess that's possible. No, can't cause a hunt with a cursed object because I don't have one. It's insanity. 'Tis insanity. Hey, Finn, welcome in. She's hunting from the hallway. There's electronics up there. If it's a Raiju, I mean, I got nothing. Stinky ghost. Amen, man. Super freaking stinky. Yeah, it's insanity. Yeah. Banshee weakening you? I don't think the Banshees can do that. There we go. Holy hell. Can't even hear. Can someone turn the poo water off, please? I think it was normal. Doesn't care? No. Absolutely not. Yeah, we'll see. Couldn't hear it. I don't know where it started from. It might have started all the way at the other end of the hallway upstairs, which is why we might not have heard it in the first place. Yeah, this right here, ghost can't see you. The ghost can see you once it goes around that way, like over here, but it breaks line of sight for all of this. Yep. Grafton. You expect her to walk downstairs at her age? I mean, she can roll down the stairs. I don't care. Whatever gets her down here. Are we going for perfect games? Not necessarily. If we're feeling it. Like, what a troll. Is that Obambo? The difficulty's insanity. Is that no Obambo? Feel it now, Mr. Krabs? I don't think it was normal speed. I do not. What if the ghost could fall? If the ghost could fall through, that'd be so funny. That would be class. Steam, did you hear it too? Hey, there's hiding there. I swear, I think I heard it switch. Or not. Holy night. That is normal speed, but not with that. Did you not hear that speedy boost that it did? Oh shit, I'm not looking at chat. Tell me this thing's a Raiju? Watch. I turn that on, it'll be speedy as it comes down the stairs. Before, what it was doing was it was normal speed when it got down there, but oh shit. How the game's been? Game's been good. I don't know why. My heartbeat just did not sound like it was like bass boosted like most Raijus are. You hear it now? You hear it now, Mr. Krabs? Yeah. Yeah. I didn't hear the bass. I did not hear the bass boost stuff. That wasn't happening for me. Yeah. The range for the electronics, right. Hearing it all the way down the hallway. Yep. Yep. Where's the boosty bass? I don't know. It was definitely a Raiju, that's for sure. I'm cool with objectives and getting out of there. We were doing perfects the other day. It's gotta be. Issa gotta be. Got an on-road for the first time earlier today. And you got the on-road test of the candles? Nice. Nice. All right, let's go to Tangles. You know what? Let's change this. Let's do... This should be my no sanity. I mean, my no evidence one. Yeah. We'll do professional. We come down. We turn off the evidence. Go there. Do that. Do that. Yeah. Yeah. That's what we'll do. We have more than enough time for it, too. All right. Let's do a no evidence at Tanglewood. Willow? Nah, I said I would do Tangle. Said I would do it. How do you save customs? You hit the save button. You got one yesterday. It was base boosted. Yeah, I don't know why this one. I don't know why this one sounded not so much. It was weird. Super weird. Raymond Birch, capture a photo of the ghost, rappel, and 3 photos. Definitely going to start with a camera. That is for sure. We'll take a camera. We'll take EMF. Grab a lighter. Grab our headlamp. Again, I always bring a flashlight and a headlamp just so you guys can see better. Just so you guys can see better. All right. Let's rock. Where you at, Ghosty? Where you at? I'm very well aware, Fairy. Yeah, I know. Oh. Hey, how are you? Let's go find the power. Oh, I guess we'll take a picture of the EMF while we're here. Good chow. I can't tell if there's cards there. Oh, my Lanta. Nope, it's Frank. Never bring the headlamp because you forget to turn it off. Gotta be careful, SpongeBob. If you're like this and you're not sure if your if you're like this, you're not sure if your headlamp's on or not, just make sure to turn like that. Because if you do, that light will be gone. But if it's on, you can see at least a little bit, right? Yeah, it's Fwank. It's Fwanklin. All right. Ghosty's near here-ish. So let's go get some stuff. We're not going to get any evidence on this one, so we're going to have to rely on abilities, rely on its speed, how it looks, yada yada. And I believe it already cut the power, so it's not a djinn. What a jerk. All right, that there, put that one there. I want to make sure to get these in there early so we can keep track of where this stinky is. That's why to use the Bravo 6 going dark. No, I'd know. I'd rather not stare at that. I don't want to sit here and stare at night vision the whole time. I don't want to do it. Quarantine zone? Loving it. Loving it. All right, let's put one there. Put one there. Put some salt down. Check for a wraith. No point in sitting here staring at it. We'll keep going. What? You don't like green? Not like that. No, it's too much. Too much. All right, bring in that guy. And what else do we want to do? We do this just to make sure we know which room it is. We can bring that to get more media. Get that for more media. Good luck with the ghosties. Thank you, True Sniper. Thank you, thank you. Oh, hey. Oh, you bitch. Come here, step in this one. Thank you. You're a sweetheart. Walk here again. Thank you. Still a sweetheart. Hey, Pog. Thank you for the 5 months, homie. All right. 7 degrees. Yeah, it's there. It's just not super cold yet. Love when the ghost listens. Isn't it nice? All right. Now do the Ure ability. It's not that good. Let's go get the power back on. Oh, it's in the basement. Damn it. Freaking crap. Go shopping tomorrow in case the roads. I would. If I were you, I would. If your house is missing a bunch of stuff, definitely go shopping. Do you want it to be Ure? I mean, listen, if it wants to give away what it is really quick, like, I'm not going to cry. Me too. Me 3. All right, let's get more stuff. Do a Bolty ability. Expecting the storm to be pretty bad. South Carolina, yeah, you guys are going to get a lot of ice for sure. All right, check Onryo. Lots of ice. All right, got a couple smudgies here just in case. Grab these. Getting all the audio would be nice. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Froggy? New York's getting hit all week with a bunch of snow. Yeah, we're supposed to get like 2 feet here. Okay, let me relight light this real quick. Don't like the cold. You know, as much as I don't like the cold, I really don't like when I'm hot, like warm, and there's nothing I can do about it. When you're cold, there's something you can do about it. But it's only so socially acceptable to get so naked. You know what I mean? Yeah, I believe we're supposed to get 2 feet here of snow. That's what it said in the forecast. That's the word on the street. Let's put that back down. Let's pick this back up. That might be a double. There's 2 firelights. Oh, nice. It was unique. Unique New York. Can always add layers. That's right. You can only take so much off. Thank you, Dorito. Somebody gets it. Oh, that's right. You're right. Yeah, it's not a Galu. Walked in salt. It's not a Wraith. Okay. Still in the same room. It's been active here. I don't think it's a shade. We haven't seen it yet. It has yet to do a single event. Hey, Miles. Thank you for the rose, man. Another firelight blowout, please. How can you find that it's not a Galu? If it walks in salt and then after 2 seconds it walks in another salt, it's not a Galu. Because once it walks in salt, it changes state and then it won't walk in salt again until it's reset. Yeah. Ooh, the video of the fire. Yeah, that's a good idea. When in Rome. I need a video of the ghost, right? Hey, it's not a Ure. Let's go. Thank God. I need a photo of the ghost. Hey, I need a photo of you. Is that 5 unique videos? Sheesh. All right, there we go. Hey. Probably no yokai. We say probably, but it still could be though. You know what I mean? Hey, hold on. What if I put all these there? It lifts a shoe. I take a picture of the shoe in midair. Throw the shoe. Do the ting. Yeah, if you feel, yeah, you're right. If you fill your book with videos and you need a video of the ghost, it still works. But if you need a photo, it has to be there. Yeah, I think that's just a bug. We haven't had a ghost fart yet. Has not happened. Oh, thank you for getting merch, whoever that was. It says someone. Haha, it worked. Let's go. Oh, did it do the 3rd blowout? Was I not paying attention? Or like not even thinking about it? It definitely didn't hunt. Hey, Dark Wolf, I'm good. How are you? It's been decently active. Absolutely has. Nice floating shoe you have there. Thanks. I bought it myself. You take all the items and you just pile them together so that way when the ghost decides it wants to throw something, get a photo of it. Yeah. You can take a photo of some interactions. Some. Yeah, depending. Like, I can't take a picture of that door touch. But a floating shoe? Like that? For sure. I'm really just here to get a ghost photo. That's kind of, I need a ghost photo. But now it's starting to hunt. Let's actually move this out of the way. Oh, what the hell? No, it hates the shoes. An event would be nice. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. What the fuck? God. No, I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. Oh, you suck of shit. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. Okay. This thing either stalked me or is twins. And now what is more likely is that it stalked me because it evented right here. Ooh. It did distract me. Oh, you didn't do it again. Bro. I'm about to lose it. Burn Cruci. Yeah. This. You see that right there? That was a Burn Cruci pick. He doesn't want picture day. Too bad. Okay. We are only going to try to take it if it's a singing ghost event. F this. Absolutely not. And now it's taking a shower. Yeah, Corey, I am. Yeah, I'm everywhere right now. Watch wherever you want, friend. You sound a little slow, friend. I would say this is a good guess. That sounded like the slow twin. The picture? I'm not doing it in the middle of the hunt. What, and pray that... Okay, all right. There's the not the Oni. If I do it in the middle of the hunt, the chance of getting it is so 50-50. It's about to... So it definitely didn't stalk us. Now it's the fast twin. Hey, Sin. A little late, you're good. No worries. You know what? Come to Butthead. Come to Butthead. We smudge you. That buys us 90 seconds of possible eventage. Okay. Give me this. Give me this. Look at you. Wasting water. What a jerk. All right, listen up, jerkhole. I need a singing ghost event. Raymond Birch. Raymond Birch. Stop being such a Raymond bitch. Come on. Oh, what the hell? No, I don't want to put the smudge timer on the screen. I prefer not to clutter it anymore. No. Any truth to the corn? I've heard zero about a corn maze map. I've heard zero. So I think the odds of that being true are low. Until we hear something from the developer, I think it's just a rumor. It's being very twinny. Yeah. If there's things that are like, if it's about things that are coming out in the game, do not believe it unless it comes from the developer. Because why would someone else know and the developer wouldn't say it? Be cool if it were true. I just got robbed again. I swear to effing God. Would you like an exorcism update? Absolutely not. Nope, that would destroy this game. I require a singing ghost event, you jerk. God damn it. Do you see how short the events are? He started walking, 1, 2, gone. He was out of there. Did they ever confirm the Raiju heartbeat was a bug or not? You know, I don't know if they ever did. Don't I have a second smudge in the truck? Or I'm sorry, a last smudge in the truck. I do. Oh, I have 2 more. Oh my God, it's Christmas. Tried the other side today. It just doesn't feel as good to play as fast. That's fair. That's fair. We have some friends that love the other side. They love it. I definitely want to give it another try. All right, I'm going to run in here. It's going to try to murder my face. I just need it to do an event. I hear it touching doors to my right. I hear it throwing shit to my left. Yeah, the exorcism thing, no. I think that would destroy this game. There are plenty of games out there that have exorcisms included, but I mean, this is no stab at any developer or anyone that makes a game, but out of all those games, which ones are super successful that have exorcisms in them? It's unfortunately, it's just they're very in depth. It takes a lot of time. It's tough. There are some games that are awesome. It's just that the actual game itself takes so long. Like Forewarned is amazing. That game is fantastic. The problem is each game takes at least like 45 minutes to an hour. Not like you can run into quick, fast, and go. That takes an investment. So it's tough. It's tough. Yeah. Redhead, hello. All right, well, let's run in here. Try not to die. No, Sarah, I'm everywhere. Nope. I'm on all the places, friend. It might hunt from here. I should probably be careful, SpongeBob. Hey, Nocturne, hello. I think it'd be nice for exorcism to be a requirement for a perfect match, not to be. No, I think that'd be awful. You're taking what is already a difficult thing to do with a perfect game with media, and then you're adding exorcisms? The community would hate it. Absolutely not. Poultry test? No, there's no need. There's no need. This is Twins. We're just waiting for a hopeful singing event that I can back away from and get the photo because I have no more deletes because it's thieved me 3 times. You son of a bitch. God dang it. Okay, that should have been hit. Yeah, I could not see shit. I was going purely based on sound. I could see literally nothing. When do I stream? I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday are 8:30 p.m. and Sunday is at 1. This week is a little different. I will not be live on Friday or Sunday because the wife and I are going away for a little bit. Yeah. Hey, James, what's up, dude? Arthur, thank you for the raid. What up, homie? Listen, ghost. Don't trust yourself to loop with no sound. Listen, it was getting a little sketchy there at the end. I was afraid that it was going to really start to get me. How are the games? They're good so far. They're okay. No, you can't send flash cursed items. It literally forbids it. Come on. Not a singing ghost event to be found anywhere. Why do I open the front door? So I very easily know when the hunt is starting because the front door will shut. That's why. Yeah. Let me check on something real fast. This ghost is going to start trying to hunt me in the next like 5 seconds. Ghost kind of stinks. A little stinky. A little bit. A little bit. It's in the garage. If you have a challenge, you can always go put it inside the suggestion channel on the server. Yeah. They all stink. They're a rotting corpse. It's not very nice. Hi. Eat. Num num for you. Okay. This is our last ditch effort. After this 90 seconds, that's basically it. Hey, Peabody, thank you for the follow. Ghosty. Are you actually in here? Not sure that it is. Like, what the? Hope they add new defense. Nah. I don't know if that's something they're even thinking about. I think it's in here. My favorite map is Willow. The layout of that map is fantastic. Okay, we see you there. A singing event would be Chef's Kiss. Hi, Linus. Having too much would take away from the edge of the game. I agree. I don't think there needs to be more defenses necessarily. Okay. You are such a bitch. Don't you throw stuff at me. Dude, Rude. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. At this rate, I might have to try and just snap it during a hunt and pray. Insulting always works with those stinky ghosts, right? Oh, I do have one in the truck. Ooh, that is true. That would buy me a little bit of time. Good point. We do. I just need a photo, man. Just one photo. I can't. I don't want to risk it. I could just snap a photo, be like, oh, well, but I'd like to get it. Too salt too. You mean to know where the ghost is? Hey, Goldeneye. How are you? Set that off. Set it off again. Never mind. Damn. Elaine, hello. Doing well. How are you? Just be fast. Oh, okay. Predict ghosty blank. Got it. Yeah, you're going to be right here. I'm going to hit you. Yep, you're right there. Good. We know for a fact we hit you. Good deal. Hey, Flyer, what's up? How are you? Shaw, baby. Hello, Steph. Thank you. 46 months. What the heck? Okay. Careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. Yahtzee! Oh my God. Photos, videos, audios, objective, twins. Get me out. Good grief. Raymond, you're a jerk. We hate you. My God. Oh, Linus, I appreciate you, dude. Goldeneye, thank you for the biddies. Oh, twins. Those photos. The ghost disappearing that fast on those events. Unnecessary roughness, if you ask me. Phew, but we got it, though. Hi, Carumba. All right. Here's the question. Do we go ahead and switch now to try to finally complete the campaign of Quarantine Zone? Automatic first down. Because we are on a mission to complete that damn game. I think we do. Yeah. All right, let's do the things. How are ads doing? They're coming soon. Coming soon, but not yet. Let's do complete campaign today, question mark. Friendly reminder that I do have drops available for Quarantine Zone. So as soon as we switch here in a second, they will start happening. All right, let's close Phas. All right, Phas is closed. Let's do this. Hey, what up, Crazy? How are you? All right, we're launching. When are you going to play RV there yet again? I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, when we played it last time, we beat it. So if we play again, I don't know what the purpose would be outside of playing with other people. Downloading content. Oh, there was a hotfix today, wasn't there? I'm pretty sure that there was a hotfix. All right. Well, while this is happening, we'll wait here. All right. Turn off the timers. Da, 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 da. Am I related to Spooky Time Pizza? No. Because we have beards and glasses and hats does not necessarily mean we're related. As obvious as that would be. That you know of. To be fair. That I know of. That make you half related to, I know, that's... There's a lot of creators that are kind of like that, you know? It's just, it's our outfit. All right. Everything. Oh, almost everything is good. Hold on. Taki Ticks, I'm gonna need you guys to let me know if the game changes. You'll have to let me know if the game changes. It should here in a second. But yeah, waiting on the content download. That's exactly what someone would say if they were related. Smartwatch. Oh yeah, that's been mentioned before. It's changed already. Thank you, Di. Well, no. I meant on the other side as well. The other platforms. Keldon, thank you for the 10 months. Only, thank you for the follow. There we go. Now she's starting. There we go. All right, let's switch. Ooh, I need to, hold on. Wait. This one. I need to add that to my damn stream deck. That's what I need to do. Hockey, hello, friend. If it was twins, wouldn't you get two names? No. Because it's not actually two ghosts, it's only one. Hi, Rose. How are you? All right. There we go. All right, cool. I'm going to go ahead and run ads now before we start the game. We are on the last stretch of quarantine zone. After this day, like basically at the end of what would be the video, it should be the end. So this stream, our goal is to finish this. That is our goal. Tired from work? That's fair. Very fair. Is that character on the main screen Jake from DBD? Yeah, I think, yeah, because they partnered with DBD. Yeah, you can get them as survivors. Yep. All right, I'm running ads, friends. 3 minutes. 3 minutes, and then we're going to get into it. Drops are already there. All right, while that is going on, what was I about to change? Oh, the stream deck. Oh, yeah. I mean, really, at this, I don't know if there's any point to it now. Well, no, because we'll do endless mode at some point too. Yeah. All right, what button don't I need? I don't need that one. Delete. Copy. Pasta. Let's do QZ. All right. That should work. So when I go back to quarantine zone, that should go back to the correct one. We will find out soon enough. Been loving this game since watching play. Have you played, Nettie? Like, have you bought it and played yourself? I don't like the DVD survivors as their dirt is not see-through. Wait, what? Their dirt is not see-through. Is that a DVD reference? I don't know how to play DVD. I don't know DVD stuff. Cry to statistics homework. Arson, I'm so sorry. Oh, no. Oh, no. I have yet to get one of the survivors. Not yet. We're getting there, though. Boop, 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 boop. Watched the VOD last night. Learned some things I was doing incorrectly. Oh, see, I was going to say, I was learning firsthand a lot of the stuff I was doing incorrectly. Yeah. Havarde, thank you for the gifted. Just beat the campaign. I'm trying. I'm in at 7, and then we'll get into it. And then we'll beat the campaign, Ace. I think. We're on day 21 or 22, and I think we have to get to day 20. I don't remember now. Was it only 25 or 26? I meant I beat the campaign. Oh, I thought you were yelling at me. Oh, okay. Was done with the campaign. Love the game. Can't get my Twitch drops in game, though. For some reason, I want a raccoon. What do you mean you can't get them in game? Like, have you tried going to the settings to turn them on? If you go to options, gameplay, scroll down, that's where you turn on all the drops. All right, 20 seconds. We're almost there. We're so close. What's up, Ellen? How are you? It's not there. I have them claim my account linked. Maybe, you know what it might be? Arson, if you turn it on and then you play through a day and then you see if you have them the following day, see if that works for you. Ever since I got it to work, mine have been there the entire time. Yeah. The email that went to your spam. Oh, for the drops. I got you. Be the campaign today for the second time. What the hell, Meg? Going for the bad achievement. It's so hard when you're a professional. Oh my God. Second time. DBD characters? Yeah. Yeah, they partnered with DBD to add the survivors as survivors. All right. Ads are done. Oh, wait, wrong one. Hold on. There we go. What is this game? This game's Quarantine Zone. Quarantine Zone. Imagine they have last. I'm very curious. Oh, you know what? Do you guys know who Quarantine Zone recently added to the game? They added Queso. What are the odds we actually get to see him in game? And does he have any speaking lines that he recorded? All right, let's go. We are on day 22. We are so close. They also added Crazy Dave. Wait, who's Crazy Dave? Day 22. We have $28,000. Holy smokes. All right. Day 26 is what we got to get to. And we're on day 22. So we just have to get through 4 days. That's it. Let's do it. I hear ya. Resupply. Max. Purchase. Yeah. Shut up. Oh, what the f... Get out of here. Get out of here. What the hell? Y'all are just going to relax and smoke a ciggy when you're surrounded by zombies? Good grief. Didn't mean to let him in. Lies and slander. Ay. All right, how's everything else doing? Provisions are fine. Power's good. Meds are good. We have $28,000. What can we upgrade? Defense? Yeah, might as well. Let me see what else we have. Quarantine. Ooh, we've got to get to level 5. How close are we to level 5? Oh, we need 700. We're getting there, dude. We are getting there. All right. Hi. Hello, friends. Dead zone. An entire district was overrun by a horde, but someone may have slipped out before the area was completely sealed off. If their papers mention a district with an animal-related name, send them to quarantine. A district with an animal name. Interesting. Hello.
My hands won't stop shaking.
Well, you got a little schmutz on you there. You okay? You okay? No bag? Okay. Check our pulse and our temperature. Seem okay. We'll give you a good 1-2. All right, there you are. Oh, UV scan. Recently, we got the UV. Not too long ago, so still kind of new to us. But I didn't see anything. I could try one more time, but I think it's okay.
Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Breathing's fine.
Let's
give you a scan real fast. Nothing, no internal bleeding. All the organs look okay. She has a grenade inside of her chest. That's a little unfortunate. And a potato in her bum. Uh-huh. Did her hand glow? Ooh, I could check. She did say something about her hands, didn't she? Her hands look okay, though. Yeah, they look okay. What a way to start the day. Classic. Your eyes are okay because they're not squinty. So We realize that whenever they're not squinting, they have like nothing in their eyeballs. So if you look, there's nothing here. You don't have to check for anything. Yeah. Streams while I walk around dining room just saying Jeffrey Bezos. Hey, let's go. All right. So was there any other contrabands? I don't think so. So you have internal contraband, weapon. I presume that we marked down weapon as well. I think so. Yeah, you can zoom a lot. You can. I think you have no symptoms of anything. Lungs? Like, you mean like actual breathing? They seem fine. Yeah, there's no black spots or anything like that. Yeah. Gianna Taylor. She used to work at a movie theater and still quotes films every day with, an everyday conversation far more than anyone else. They said the district name, right? If their papers mention a district with an animal-related name, a district? Do they mean city? I'm confuzzlement. I'm many much confused. The district? They're considering the street the district? I mean, I guess so. I don't know what they're trying to say. Yeah, I don't understand it either. Quetzal, thank you so much for the gifted, dude. Like in Hunger Games? City or street? Yeah, that's what we're guessing too. We're just not 100% on it. Send everyone to quarantine? Well, I mean, I don't want to send them to quarantine unless we have to.
You are in a quarantine.
All right. Well, she seems okay. And either way, so I'm going to look at both city and street. Sullivan, Philadelphia. She's fine.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
She's fine.
Sorry. I wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting a grenade inside of your chest.
Come on.
But here we are. Hi.
My hands won't stop shaking.
What is with you guys in your hands? Oh, she's holding her belly. Oh, wait. Well, no, we don't have a zombie friend, do we? Right? Because we just gave away our zombie friend.
Identification verified.
I kind of forgot about you guys.
Status stable. No incidents reported.
Just tell me, yeah, but this guy,
I'll do anything. Just don't send me back.
green skin and necrosis. He's infected. Why is he golden? Well, you know. We were keeping him, yes, but there's an issue. Look how many other people we have in here. We were going to keep him to make him a new pet because we thought that he was going to turn, but he hasn't turned yet. He's got the golden ticket. Here's the golden tickets right here. I do need to check the other two,
Wait,
though.
Why? I'm fine.
I do need to check these two. I think he's going to take another day and then he's going to turn. I think so.
Eye on you, soldier.
Do you? I dare you. I dare you. Vapors, herpes, aggression, and baggage. Last thing I want in my life. UV. She no longer has vapors. Vapors would be coming off her body. I think she's getting better. Tempted to leave her in quarantine. Kind of. She is kind of a jerk. But she no longer has vapors, which tells me that she's getting better. Where did you have herpes? Oh, there they are. Yeah, there they are. Found them. Leave the zombie a snack. No. We can't. The chances of us having someone else that we need to send to quarantine that is a zombie are high, right? So I think we're okay. I mean, listen, she's getting better, which means that she's okay. She's just got a little bit of the herp. That's all.
Right choice. We're done here.
Contraband? You had contraband? Wait a minute.
Identification verified.
What contraband did you have? She has no contraband. There's nothing inside of her. Nothing in her butt.
Yes, sir.
That wasn't a grenade. It was a freaking, it was a, what you call it? What the hell? I didn't catch it the first time. I know. I didn't catch it that time either. Oh, maybe it's in her mouth. Oh, maybe. Yeah, it might have been in the backpack. Whoops. But that wouldn't make sense. She had two things. Okay.
I feel okay. I promise.
She promises she's okay. So she still has skin cuts. She has herpes. Those haven't changed. We're gonna have to check her eyeball and we have to scan her body. You got the contraband but didn't mark it. No, I thought it was out of them. The contraband that I got was out of this person. Yeah, I haven't marked it on her yet. All right. Let's do the thing. All right, so that hasn't changed either. Okay, ma'am. It's got to be her eyes. So if her eyes haven't, her eyes either haven't changed or they've gotten worse. I mean, they've gotten a little bit better or they've gotten worse. It's one of the two. Someone posted a video saying the animal related name was with a street name. Oh, okay. Well, this doesn't make sense. What are we missing? Okay. She had, hold on. She had the squidlies, the spaghettis, the snakes, the cush balls, and the ball of death. Am I crazy or does she not have all those things still? All very scientific terms. Yeah. Yeah. We'll have to check. She might have another symptom then that we just haven't checked, like temps or something like that. Because eyeball wise, she has all the same stuff. It's still there. All right, let's check her for the other stuff. She might have something else. If she has a new symptom, that means she's going to turn, which we could put her in quarantine. Normal. So we did the scan already, but let's make sure that there's nothing new we didn't see before. I had the squigglies once. We'll do a check with UV as well. I don't know if it would necessarily make sense for her to have something with UV, but you never know. Well, we've already checked her. So we've already checked her with the x-ray. It's because she's got that, which has not changed. That is still the same. Has not changed. So we checked. Whoops. We checked temps, reflexes. We did the scan. Ooh, let's check your breath. Nothing. What the hell? What have we not looked at? It's that or we missed something before with her and we never marked it down and it disappeared. I have 5 of these. I mean, I could, yeah, have this.
The subject is infected and must be eliminated.
What if we take a risk, mark other, and then send her off? Like unknown, and then send her to the lab. Let's do it. Let's do it. Symptoms. Unknown. It's your lucky day. By the way, she's getting eliminated.
Identification verified. Quarantine status.
It's for science. We'll be back for you in a minute, okay? Oh, wait. They were the one. Wait, were they the one with the grenade inside of their body? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I can still mark it from here. There we go. Oh, shut up. Let's give you a look-see-doodle. We have 25K that we can spend. Ah, we got to take out the turd snake. Oh, no, wrong thing. Let's try. Give us something new. She was not. Was it the other one? Damn it. The grenade was the first one. Oh. What did this one have? Did this one have something inside of her or no? Sorry, I'm confusing my people. Oh no, I've got the bug. Grenade was the first one. Sorry, I'm mixing up my people. Oh, well. We're just taking it easy from here. Yeah, we were going to check this one, and then we went to the quarantine. That's what it was. Hi, we're back. Sorry. My bad. Reflexes. Normal. Let's do a good old UV scan. Nothing immediately. Nothing on the toesies. Nothing on the sides. Nothing on the heaps. I don't see any cuts. No bruising besides the thing that I just gave her. I don't know if that counts or not. All right. What about your breath? Breath is fine. Now you are holding your belly. Oh, yikes. Oh, double yikes. Triple, holy sh. Blue brains. Oh my God. She has moldy organ, color difference, and fatty hepatosis. You don't have internal bleeding, do you? Actually, yes, she does. What the fuck? She literally has every single internal problem she could have. There's nothing we're missing, right? Did you almost say fatty nip? No, I didn't say fatty nip knobs. Like, she doesn't have like an organ inside of here that I didn't notice, right? We've got internal bleeding. There's the color difference. We've got the fatty hepatosis. Look at her heart. Wait, what is wrong with her heart? That's new. That is new. That is black. That looks like necrosis. Ma'am, I need to finish my inspection. After we finish the inspection. Oh, wait, no. Wait, actually, I'm done the inspection. Never mind. Lab rat? Lab rat. Look at this. Oh, my God. So we need unknown. And now it's your turn. She's a goner. Well, she's definitely not a winner, that's for sure. Hey, Law, welcome in. Pretty on the outside, ugly on the inside. Damn, dude. Just when I thought this game couldn't get any better, I got to extract a sausage from a butt. You know how many potatoes I've pulled from butts in this game, Mel? So many. Potatoes, grenades. Okay. I'm so slow, I can't walk through this. There we go. How was your gameplay? How's it going? Welcome back, friend. Ah, yes. There we go. Now we're talking. Tool, thank you for the subs. Look at that. Look at that. Is it still beating? Ma'am, is this yours? Oh, okay. I'll take it. Tool, thank you so much for the subs, friendo. Show us necrosis. Yes. Yes, it is. Organ necro. Look at that. You've unlocked them all 50. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We have enough. What else do we have? Medioscope autofocus. Ooh, automatically focuses on current layer. That's freaking nice. And the stethoscope smart filter removes irrelevant zones. Ooh. So $1.50 for each of them. We have 12 left. Freaking nice. But now we have enough where if we wanted to, we could do the upgrade. Capacity for 7 people. We've already got all the upgrades for the checkpoint. We'll go ahead and upgrade the defense because, well, why not? Generator upgrades. 7,500 top tier model. Let me see the clinic. I don't need any of this shit. This one, yes, please. But oh, we need to upgrade the generator first. We need more power. Did that give us enough power? Yeah. 8 grand. And then we go to the security tower upgrades. That's 5 grand. I mean, do I really need to keep money? I say we buy it. F it. F it. We'll get more. Only to buy fuel. Yeah, which has been fine. We'll have enough money to get resources and everything, so it'll be fine. Jessica, thank you. All right. More peeps. How's the night going? Not bad.
Hey, ¿qué pasa? ¿En serio?
Dude's got a sweet fit. Oh, wait a minute. Jersey City, MacDougal. Oh, God, I got to remember to check that.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm
Normal.
and wait for your turn. Remove your outer
All right.
clothing.
You don't have any goo prints, do you?
Prepare your belongings
No
for
goo.
inspection.
No goo. No goo. Okay. Hey, Average, what's up? All right. No cuts, no bruising, no anything. No anything. All right. Breathing looks fine. Now we check your organs. Normal. Normal. No contrabands. Good deal. His eyes look okay. Sheesh. This dude good to go. What is the end goal? Our end goal is to get to the 26th day. You see it right there. So we've done 4 of them already. We have 1 more evacuation to go. 1 more to go. We're very close. Very, very close. See that? Hit him? I did hit him. You see that? See the welt on his arm? I already smacked him. We smacked the other one? Yeah. I think he's okay. Yeah, yeah. Off to the survivor block you go, sir. Missed it? No, you're okay.
Gracias. Pues menos mal.
De nada. Cababel, hello. Have I told you to follow? So now you're following? Welcome in. Let's go.
Move it.
Lungs. His lungs are fine.
Let's just get this over with.
He's sleepy. It's okay. What the fuck? Homie's got dress shoes on. Yeah, you deserve every inch of that. No glowies, no glowies. Yikes. Holy yikers. As a street name is a district thing? Wait, what? That's a... With an animal related name. So people are supposed to know who he is, and that's the district thing? That doesn't make any sense. That makes 0 sense. Someone posted a video of it working. And you're sure it wasn't edited. I mean, I guess we'll see, like, if we send people to quarantine, right? All right. Horatio Street, New York.
In a quarantine
Oh wait, no, 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 no,
Stay
no,
calm
no,
and
no, no,
wait
no,
for
no, no,
your
no, no.
turn. Remove your
His
outer
name
clothing,
is Scott
hats,
Green. I don't think the name
glasses,
matters.
and gloves.
Oh, gross.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
He's got herpes on his back. That's delicious. Breathing looks fine. He's got herpes back. No internal bleeding, no discoloration. He does have a sausage in his intestines and a potato in the butt. Can always send people. Yeah, I mean, we could just send people to quarantine and pull them back out if we have to. Yeah. Very true. All right, we do have to check his eyes, though, because he's a squinting. All right, we got the squigglies. We've got the koosh balls. The snakes, the sketties. I don't think we have anything that is sick or infected. No, I don't think so. I think we have all of the just sick stuff, I believe. So we've got that, and that. So based on his symptoms, I mean, dude's just sick. Listen, I got to call him whatever I'm going to call him that I remember what I'm looking for. Hi, Defeaty. And it works, okay? It gets the job done. That's all that matters. I think he's okay. His mustache is enough for the chopping block. Hey, that's not very nice. No bag or nothing? All right, dude.
See you on the other side.
Sir, yes, sir.
Next survivor.
You can trust me. I'm healthy.
District with an animal-related name. Crow Place. So let's do the inspection first, and then we're going to send her to quarantine no matter what. Oh, sweet shirt. It's not a zombie. All right, temps are fine. Okay. I was like, All right, she has bruises on her freaking neck. No UV. I think that was all I saw. Hey, Ann, how are you? Eek. Eek.
You are in a quarantine zone.
Eek.
Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Breathing is fine. Man,
Prepare
we're
your
seeing a lot of like
belongings for
okay
inspection.
people, like guys, and they don't have a lot wrong with them. Interesting. Blood Orchid, how are you? Intestines are good. No contraband? No, no contraband. Eyes are okay. Literally just the bruising, I think. Yeah. That is her only symptom. It's the apocalypse and she has time for a matching. I know. Listen, priorities, okay? Let her prioritize what she wants to prioritize.
I'm forever in your debt.
I know you are. Hello, sir.
My kids made it through yesterday. I just need to join them.
We'll see about that. Oh, the quarantine. Oh, shit. I was supposed to send her to quarantine. I totally forgot. And it's too late. It's too late. God damn it. You should have preemptively known when I was going to do it to yell at me. Damn. That's an oopsie. That's $1,200 down the drain. Ah, we live and we learn. Just money. Yeah, it's fine. Maybe we'll get lucky and there'll be another person with an animal thing. Restart the day for $1,200? That's not worth it. No. Not worth it in my opinion. It's fine. All right, let's do the UV scan. What you holding your belly for? What's wrong? Yeah, we were literally trying to burn through like almost $30,000 not that long ago. I think it's fine. Would have ended up as puppy chow anyway. Oh my God. Breathing. Oop. Sickly breath. Oh, is his leg all glowy? It's not, his leg's not glowy. No, what you're seeing is the skin pigment. This. Yeah. Didn't check her eyes? No, because she wasn't squinting. Don't need to check her eyes because there was nothing wrong with them. Yeah. Earthly, thank you for the subs. All right. Sickly breath. There we go. Now your insides. Yep, internal bleeding. We can literally see it right there. See how it's all messed up? That's how you know you have internal bleeding. No discoloration. No contraband. Eyes are okay. No squints. Oh, Earthly, thank you, Omi. You didn't have to do that.
Stay calm and
all right.
wait for your turn. Remove
Sickly
your outer
breath.
clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Internal bleeding.
Prepare your
He's just sick.
belongings for inspection.
That's it? That's another survivor. There is yellow in there, but it's supposed to be there.
I'm safe.
Saber Wolf, thank you for the gifted. That's all of them. All right, so we should have a puppy tomorrow.
Identification
There he
verified.
is.
Quarantine status stable. No incidents reported.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I didn't send the one to quarantine. We knew it too. We knew it. I'm just getting too anxious of just trying to fly through the days. It happens. All right, let's go night-night. Hey, Light Wolf, I'm good. How are you? To the next one. Day 23. Now we have 2,100. We negative 30,000 because we spent it all. Hi, Jana. Not too shab. Hey, I can sprint again. Yay.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
Wanted dead. Pike music. Wanted Pike music. Petty criminal and con artist stabbed a guard at checkpoint Foxtrot and escaped. He's considered to be dangerous. Apprehend and if necessary neutralize. Ooh. Juju, thank you for the biddies. Hope you miss Flash. Wonderful trip. Enjoy hanging out with the ghost host. Oh, friend, I will. Trust. I'm gonna try my best to like be very in between of like enjoying the moment stuff and then also trying to capture it as much as I can. Yeah. Hey, there you are. Hi, little doggy.
Quarantine status unstable.
Hi.
Incident detected.
You're not so yellow anymore. To the cage. Clean it out a little bit. There we go. All right, let's go feed our dog real fast before we continue with the day. Wait, don't I have an auto feeder? How does that work? Name for our new dog. What was his human name? Was it Gary? So we could just call him Gary. There's our raccoons. Yeah, let's just call him he's Gary. That's fine. So I'm a little confused.
Consequences.
Oh, I haven't bought it yet. Oh, we had to unlock it first. Got it. Gary is a good puppy. He's a very good puppy. Let's check our rations too. 41. It's okay. All right, we're good. We do have a pet zombie. Yeah, he gives us extra money.
You have to believe me.
Gamer fan, thank you for the biddies, Jana. Thank you for the daily harmony, friend. Believe you for what? Oh, yikes.
Lizard.
Lizard indeed. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Your eyeballs have seen better days, friend. Holy Christmas.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Just don't stick your finger in the cage.
Remove your
Roger
outer
that.
clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
She
Prepare
looks
your
so sad.
belongings for inspection.
We're just gonna smack her. No bite marks or anything. I mean, you're gonna go meet your maker, but they make drops for that. I know, Chris. Thank you for the 6 months. Yeah, there we go. Some internal problems. She's got a fatty. See it there? Right there? That means she has the fatty hepatosis. So now we need to check your disgusting eyeballs. What do we got? All right. We've got sketty. We've got snakes. We've got cush balls. Ooh, do I see the black, like, nose-looking guy? I certainly do. There it is. And also the infected ball. Wait, nope. Never mind. Just the cush ball. Yeah, it's a little gross. It's a little disgusting, but it's fine. All right. I believe we have... I think we have... Do we have sketty, snake, cush, necrotic plume? I think so. Can we give her a headache before she goes shopping? Oh, sure. I think I just gave her a black eye. I feel a little bad, but you know, it doesn't matter. We have to send her off anyway. All right, liquidation time. So mean, but it was kind of funny though. All right, ma'am. No reflexes? I thought she did. I mean, she definitely reacted to that. Yeah, she reacted. It's fine. Bye.
There? I heard that correctly?
Uh-huh. Hammer feels very personal. This is true.
Next survivor.
Next survivor. Sweet shades, man.
So tired.
Bet you are. Freckles. All right, she's got freckles. How many pet zombies can you have at once? Just one. You can't have more than one pet zombie. Hey, gamer. What do we got? All right, let's check our items here.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for
What the
your
hell's...
turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats.
We'll do another
glasses,
UV
and
scan
gloves.
on the front, but I don't see anything on our items.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Tattoo. Nothing. Okay. No UVs. No UVs. Breathing is fine. She's holding her stomach. Oh, yikes. Look at her heart. Her heart's all jacked up. That would be why. And she's also got a bag of kush inside of her stomach. Hey. What the? Ma'am? Anything else in there? Yep. And you got a bottle in your ass. Of course you do. Shocker. And a freaking shell in your mouth. What the? Can I not? Hello? I would love to click on this. There we go. I just had to back away a little bit. Contraband, contraband, contraband. What the? There are symptoms that grant the person is 100% infected. Yes. Was that a question? All right. We have baggage. We have internal contraband. She had a shell in her, so she had weapons. Okay, that's good. To the lab. What? To the lab for what? Temps are going up a little bit. I would take the monetary loss for confiscating the elephant. All right. Temperature is elevated. Temp is elevated. It's fine. Elevated temps. There we go. To the lab, feed our puppy. We have so much food for puppy. We don't have to send anybody that we don't have to send. They don't have to be a sacrifice. Relax, all of you. Oh wait, we already did all this, didn't we? Yeah, because I got all that. But I didn't mark down... I did not mark down the color difference. There we go. And our eyeballs are okay. So... to quarantine. No, we knew what the heart was.
At least it's not a death sentence.
Not yet. Face marks, those are freckles. I did see that they added queso. I did.
Stay calm and
Next.
wait for
Don't
your
make me
turn.
wait.
Remove your outer clothing.
Don't make me
hats,
wait.
Glasses and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Every second we stand here, they're coming closer.
I don't care. Shut up. I don't see him down there. No, I didn't do the eyeballs because his eyeballs are fine. Okay, looks good there. Oh, get this guy out. Nope. Oh, he's got the vapors. He's a stinky. He's a stinky. All right, I didn't see any marks. We can do it one more time. What is the daily again? Oh, for this one, it's somebody named Pike Mussick. Douglas Taylor. Yeah. They're okay. I say they're okay. I mean, not necessarily okay. All right, you got bruising. Bruising. Let's do this one more time just to be safe. Pike. Yeah. I'll mark down the vapors here in a second too. I'm just making sure we don't have any other UV stuff. Don't you look at me like that. Don't you look at me with that tone of voice. All right, that's all done. Check his breathing. The next guy for sure. We'll see. I check his toes. You know, I didn't UV his toes. No, his toes are okay. Toes are good. Internal bleeding. No contraband. All right. Internal bleeding. Got it. His eyeballs are fine. So, 3-6 symptoms, but he doesn't have anything that is possibly infected, which means that he goes to the block. Looks like he just rolled out of bed. I mean, I don't think he's trying to get all dressed up to go to quarantine. You know? Next.
Move it.
I was helping others out there.
Dennis Murphy.
No bites.
No, Dennis Murphy. Sweet pants, homie. Still should check his eyes. Why? Every single person that has had open eyes has had 0 in their eyes. I think it's a waste of time. And every single time we have not checked those, we've had a excellent inspection or whatever it's called. So, oh. But you're not going to see thingies. That's the point. I know you want to see them thingies, but you're not going to see thingies because when their eyes are open, there's nothing in there. All right, sir. Your pulse is off the charts. I am going to have to look under your orange
You are in a
pants.
quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing. Hats, glasses.
You had squinty eyes and
gloves.
nothing, and you had no squinty saw stuff? I have yet to
Prepare
see
your
that
belongings
personally.
for inspection.
Wait, did I check your breathing? No. What do you have inside your body? Nothing from what it looks like. Can't see raccoons. Around me or around you? Because I saw them. They're here. I saw them running around earlier. Now, this dude's face. Oh! I just noticed his nose. He's got freaking nose pus. Did you guys see something on his heart? Oh, shit. I wasn't even paying attention. GG's. Moldy freaking organ. UV. We've already done the... Wait, didn't we do the UV on him? Maybe we didn't. I'm losing it. I'll do a quick once over again. Yeah, totally almost missed a moldy heart. Salem, thank you so freaking much. Hi, homie. Jessica, thank you. Salem, how are you, friend? It blended in with the back. I just wasn't paying attention. Say he has a cold heart. He's got a something. Extreme pulse, nose pus, and moldy organ. Yummy. I feel like this guy might try to fight us. You're good, Salem. Yeah, you're good. All right, I'm gonna go. No.
You're scaring me. Where am I going?
Oh, nowhere. Just to go find some Pringles. Oh my God. Next. Shoot first, ask later. No, they took care of it for me. Why?
Why?
Because. What do you mean, why? Wait, what's your name? Matthew Sanchez. Okay, he's good. Oh, sweet mask, though. Look at that guy. Should I confiscate that? It's got a flashlight, some ciggies, a mask, a can, and a can. Mine now. Hi, Queen. So you just do the same thing over and over and over again? Well, yeah, that's what you do in most simulator games. You learn the process, you get good at it, you become better at it, and yeah. Yoink. I have not killed... Have I killed... When was the last time I killed a civilian? I honestly don't think... I think it's been a long time. Oh, whoa. Nothing there. Let me go check his stuff. Nothing there. I know where I am.
And wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
He seems okay so far.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Prepare your lungs for inspection. All right, the heart looks okay. Oh, I see stuff. Brain is good. That is good. That is not. Let me guess. Potato in the butt? Classic. Why does 90% of the people that have something in their body have a potato in their ass? Why? All right, you have a bag. You have internal contraband. No weapons or anything like that. Good grief, dude. Classic. Oh my God. They like hot potato? Gross. Absolutely gross. So he has 0 symptoms? Nothing? Trying to replant. That's disgusting. Don't judge a man for his tater butt. Thank you, Jess. Checkpoint, welcome in, dude. Nose? His nose is okay. It was the other guy that had a nose problem, that had the snots coming out of his nose. No, this guy seems okay. Pre-fertilized it. All right. Off with you. Get your shit and get out.
Come on. If I'll know anybody in there.
Another one grabbing their belly.
I didn't do anything wrong, I swear.
That sounds like something an infected would say. Pulse and temps are okay. Reaction is good. No vapors. Yeah, she's got herpes on her stomach. Delicious. Odds of her having a potato up her butt? Going up by the second. Don't be judgy. I kind of have to be. All right, those are gone. Sickly breath. Sickly breath. How are your eyes? 75%? Find out. Eek, look at those intestines. No wonder why you're grabbing your stomach. Holy shit. Any UV items find in the body? I assume no. I assume no. Unless somebody says otherwise and they've noticed something. All right. Nothing. So your internals are definitely fatty hepatosis. Looks like she's got moldy cheese in there. It does look like a little bit. What? she's fine.
gloves.
No symptoms that are going to send her off to pasture, basically. Any more potatoes in people's butts? I swear, if you haven't seen today's stream so far, dude, I've had like 4 people with potatoes in their butts. Next.
Don't make me wait.
I swear to God. Why are you so mad?
This place is filthy. What is wrong with you people?
I don't know. You know, it's crazy you mention it. You know what? I do want to look in your eyes before I do it, though.
Good work, Grunt. Don't get used to the praise.
Got him. Never give up, never surrender. That's right. You good in there, right? You still okay? Yes, she's okay. Didn't even warn him. No, that's not necessary. Completed. Never back down, never would. Look, we're already back up to $5,600. Go sunglasses. I think what happened was they like were still attached to his body. They were just like way off. That's why when he turned his head, they were moving.
External infected rushing the perimeter. Prevent breach.
Game time. Dun, 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 dun. Didn't mean to do that. Say, if they're gonna hoard themselves together, I might as well try to get it collectively. Yeah, I didn't mean for that to happen. A little bit too late, huh? Ka-chow. That's one way to clear them out. It was unintentional. Ka-chow, 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 ka-chow. Those big boys, this is the one to get them with right here. This thing. Oh, there we go. Yeah, now they're helping. Dude, I don't think I remember ever seeing a shot being fired by these guys. Got new toys. Bottom. Wait, what? Oh, no, no, no. These are all the same. The weapons, it's the same. I upgraded my defense at the wall, though. So look, they're helping take these guys out. Oh, the airstrike. Well, no. You're right. That's what you meant. I thought that that represented the shit that I already had. Oh my God. I thought for some reason the stuff in the bottom left, I just looked real fast. I was like, oh, wait, I already have those. I think it's just saying it. I didn't realize it was actually new. Holy shit. Wow. Well, that's way more fun. I would have done that at the beginning. Goldo, thank you. Kenzie, hello. Day 24. Ooh, we're getting close. 0 deaths in the block. Why is it all hazy out here? What happened? Ooh, I have no gas, no power.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
Network overload. Let's go power back up. And just in case, let's get this out of here because these guys like to let zombies in. All right. Any Zeds walking around? All right, I think we're okay. You ever thought about not overloading? Morgan, I'm not trying to, I promise. All right, first things first, let's go feed our friend. We gotta feed Gary. Bada, big bada boom. Little Dallas Multipass. Feeding time. That's right. Gary needs his food. Amen. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Coming through. Hi, Gary. Enjoy, friend. I found out that you can run with the cart. Oh, can you? I didn't know that.
Identification.
Hi. Let's see if you're any better.
Stable. No incidents reported.
Goldo. Homie. Thank you so freaking much, man.
Let's just
Thank
get
you,
this
Galaxy.
over
All
with.
right, what did you have before? Freckles, which are now gone. He's going to grow big and strong. That's right. He's our big boy. Oh, there's that elephant someone wanted me to steal from you. All right, so if we have a symptom that has disappeared, that means that she's getting better, right? I mean, she might still have the other things, but one thing is already gone. Temp is still elevated. Let's check your innards. Yeah, still got discoloration on the heart. I think she's getting better. Gary busts out in I-25 and bites everybody. Gary would never do that. He's a good boy. I could always put her in quarantine for now, but I don't even know if that's necessary because we've lost a symptom already. You know what? We'll put you back in quarantine. Yeah, it's fine. What was our new objective for the day? Fire starter. If someone arrives with a flamethrower, don't confiscate it. They're a farmer helping us burn corpses. The smell draws infected and we need the help. Target contraband item not confiscated.
Stay calm and wait for your
All right.
Move it.
Remove your outer clothing.
Move it.
Hats, glasses, and gloves.
Got a flamethrower in there? There's my raccoons. There's my little buddies. Look.
I know the rules.
Hi,
I
friends.
wouldn't be here if I wasn't okay.
Well, listen. I'm going to steal this, though.
Come on. Just let me keep it.
No. Friend. Can we still play with the flamethrower? No, we can't touch it. We're not allowed. Right, ma'am? She understands. Freaking gold katana, right? How cool is that? Any UV bite marks you want to tell me about? Huh? Eh? Nothing that I can see. Okay. Lex, thank you so much for the 10 months. But you want to play with it? I know, I'm sorry. Listen, there's nothing we can do. All right, all that stuff is just schmutz. Loving the outfit choice. Listen, she seems like a badass. It's Michonne. On we go. Hey, Darth, welcome in. 0 out of 10 game, can't play with flamethrower. Make sure to I'll relay that to the developer. Hey, the community loved it, but there was this one part. All right. No, Michonne, not Michelle. All right. Intestines seem fine. Eyeballs seem fine. She has 0. I mean, I guess I could mark. She did have a baggage with a weapon. She has something around her left lung. No, it seems okay. Anything in her mouth? Negative. No, those aren't freckles. No, look. No freckles. No, she's Gucci. Survivor. All right, next.
Next.
Every second we stand here, they're coming closer.
Well, it just sucks to be you, doesn't it? All right. I have ads coming. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to let this guy just hang here and we're going to run him. I do 3 minutes of ads every hour. So that way, if you guys aren't subbed and don't have turbo, you don't get hit by the pre-roll. So if I have the opportunity to stop, we stop. So we'll just sit here and stare at this guy. I don't think there are times that matter. So that's okay. So we're going to go ahead and run him. Anonymous, what the hell?
For your turn.
Actually, what I should do, I probably should do that just to be safe, shouldn't I? Just to be safe. All right, friends, we are running the ads now. You're not going to miss nothing. We'll start it back up as soon as they're done. There they go. Anonymous, what the hell, dude? Face tat. Yeah, it looked like he had a neck tat as well. Yeah, we have to check all the stuff. Meg, thank you so much. Gamer fan, thank you, dude. 1 second, bud. I'm running ads. Good luck with the rest of the survivors. Be safe on the trip. Thank you, friend. Yeah, I'll do my best to post a few photos when I can inside of the server and stuff so that way you guys can see. Keep you guys posted. Yeah, we're super freaking jazzed, man. I forget if it was your VODs or not, but have you run into Crazy Dave? We ran into him very early. I think that happened in my first run. Yeah. That was my first run we ran into him, wasn't it? Right? The dude with the pot hat? Yeah. I think yeah, he was I think he was one of my first ones. Because I couldn't even take his hat off. Or the pot off, I don't think. Hopefully going somewhere where it won't be -5 at night. We're going to Florida. He shows up on day 2 of the campaign. Oh, okay. Yeah, super early. He's a weird guy, Dave. He seemed all right. He seemed fun. Yeah. He's friend shaped. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the cold either, and it's not about to get any better around here. Definitely not. Did I see him play Don't Scream together? No, I'm going to go back and watch. I didn't get a chance to watch much of the Don't Scream. Yeah. Character reminds you of your dad? All right. Game on. It's supposed to be -40 and wind chill on Friday here. Sheep, thank you for the gifted to Danda. I'm over the winter crap. I love the fall. The fall is my jam. But yeah, it's getting a little rough. All right, 20 seconds and then we're done, friends. Almost done. Is it normal for not everyone to get? Yeah, that's 100% normal. Listen up, Anonymous. We don't do that around here. We take credit for what we do. I'm happy for the cold. I'm just glad it isn't raining or snowing. I need a middle ground, man. Thank you for the subs. Whoever the hell it is. How dare you? Thank you so freaking much, whoever the hell that is. Sheep, thank you for the follow. Gifting before you follow. What the hell? No, there's some amazing freaking people, man. Craziness. All right, we're done. The ads are done. We're back. So the ad thing about like sometimes getting it and sometimes not getting it, it's regional. So sometimes if the ads are not playing in your region, you won't get them. And that's why some people will only get 30 seconds worth, or some people will get the entirety, or some will get 0. It just depends on region. So, yeah. Well, if you did get gifted, make sure to thank who anonymously, you could just say thank you into the ether.
Move your outer clothing.
All right, we're back.
Glasses and gloves.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Prepare your belongings for
Hello,
inspection.
sir. Oh, got a nice tattoo there on your face. Got confused with the whole ad thing. Yeah, that's fair. I understand. All right, no bag. Let's check your temps. They're up there, but they're not enough to be a problem. We are currently on day 24, and we need to get to day 26. Very close. Well, that's not very nice. I know I smacked you with a hammer and everything, but damn, dude. 2 wrongs don't make a right, Mr. Wilson. Let's check him with UV. Nice. Underpants. Who's got tidy whities? You see that? Feisty. Straight up is crack. What the fuck? Love the fall, but I live in Florida, so we don't get the fall. That's fair. 3 lefts make a circle. Touche. Yeah, these are extra tight. Ay caramba. No UV. Okay. How long do I normally stream for? It depends. I'm scheduled to stream like Monday, Wednesday, Friday is 8:30 to usually 11:30 or midnight. Depending on what I'm playing, I will sometimes go over that when I really shouldn't because I work in the morning and I take kids to school in the morning and all that stuff. But we get, carried away and we just keep on going. Listen, we don't go till 1:30 all the time. And then Sundays are usually a hard lock. Sundays are a hard lock because after 4 o'clock, I'm hanging out with the fam. When I'm streaming at night, my entire family's asleep. So it's literally just me. And I get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep anyway. So it's totally fine. It's totally fine. All right. No flamethrower. He doesn't even have a bag. Let's check your insides if you don't mind. Heart, lungs, stomach. Yeah, brain's discolored. Classic discolored brain pieces. It happens. My sleep schedule's no better because of the winter blues. I understand. Yeah. Oh, trust me. I need to sleep more. I just don't. Sounds all right. Yeah. Looking at the Discord, and one of the known bugs with the feature fix is poor inspection notice you get even when you're done everything correctly. Oh, that sucks. So there's times when you do the inspection really well and they're just like, well, too bad. That's stinky. Isn't that stinky? He thinks it's stinky. Hey, detective. Thank you for the sub, man. Welcome in. All right. He's squinty-eyed, which means that he's got stuff in the eyeballs. Uh-oh. Possibly sick or infected. All right. We got... Oh, let's see. We've got the squidlies. We've got the squidlies. I think we've got the sketties, the snakes, the nerf ball, the cush ball, and the infected orb. Well, the possibly infected orb of death, I believe. I do believe. All right. Oh, there's that shit sound again. Oh, yeah. God damn it. Thank you. I forget every single time I forget. I forget almost every single time. So you're going to see it hopping back and forth. Luckily, the only reason that it's up there is because I want to show the inspection status and stuff. So it's okay. Cushball, I was thinking a sea urchin. Okay, that's probably better, but it's just what sticks in my brain. Okay? That's fine. Oh my God, Anonymous. What the all right, what do we have? We have this, and this. Right? Yeah, hyper reflex, color difference, chromatic staphylococcus. Yeah. Homie's going to quarantine. Ooh, wait. Did I check did I check to see if you were did you have any contraband? Okay. No, he doesn't have any contraband. He's okay. Anonymous, thank you, dude. Jesus. All right, to quarantine. No, not to the lab. Doesn't need to go to the lab.
Precautionary measures.
I swear, I'm going to strike this guy down. Like, I don't know who you are, what you think you are. Yeah, get him! Get him!
Don't make me wait.
My raccoon friends will descend upon you. Hi.
I'd give anything and everything to wake up from this nightmare.
Brother, what the hell? Is that a creepy doll that she had when she was a kid?
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
We call it
Remove your
Eleanor.
outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
All right, pulse is elevated.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Frank from Faz? I don't think so. Whatever that cursed thing is, yuck. Is that elevated pulse? Yeah. All right. Elevated pulse. Where's the flamethrower? No flamethrower. Not for her, at least. We do have a zombie friend. We do. I fed him already today, didn't I? I think it was the first thing we did. All right, no UVs. Oh. She's got the black lung pop. She sure does. Look at this one. Yikes. Teen Wolf up in that piece. Good God. Emily, thank you for the gifted to Timothy Slade. Welcome in, man. UV the scary doll. Oh, I didn't even look at the freaking stuff. Oh, you're right. No, it's apparently okay. Apparently. Ma'am, ma'am, ma'am. I'm trying to work here, ma'am. All right, that looks okay. No internal bleeding. No nothing. No contrabands. But we gotta check the eyeballs. The doll's fine. She's got something living. Oh my God. There's some kind of animal in there. The doll's snapping her. Oh my God. Can we keep her? No, we gotta give it back. All right. All I see are the koosh balls. I think. Wait a minute. I thought I saw... See, I thought I saw those thingies too. That's literally why I just went all the way down here like this. Because I thought that I saw them too. But look, hold on. Is it just deceiving and it's because it's the background? I don't think they're actually there. Yeah, we see the snakes and we see the sketties. But those black smudgy things are not there. It just looked like it. Because when we go like this, see, like, it looks like we can see it down there, right? I see the one that you guys see right there. Let's try to get closer to it. Right there. And the second that we get down to this layer, it's gone. It's at the bottom. No, I see that, but whenever I zoom in, it's gone. Like, we see it here, yes? There we go. There it is. Oh, there. Oh, that's why. It's because I was up here like this. No, it wasn't a matter of going in. It was a matter of coming down here. Look. Oh, damn it. All the way at the bottom of the screen. Right there. Yeah. There we go. I'm glad you guys were saying to look again, because as I was looking at it, it looked like it was disappearing, but it's not. It's because it was literally all the way at the bottom of the screen. Right there. No, we don't have to send her to the lab. We know what it is. The lab is for whenever you don't know something. Like when you don't know what it is that you're looking at. But we know what we're looking at with that. She had these, and then she had that. Thought you were tripping. I knew. Well, it looked. That's what I thought I saw from like 2 layers up. All right, so she's infected. Tis infected. Let me make sure to mark the bag. There was no contraband, no weapon, no nothing. What if you want to torture your victim? What if you want to torture your victim? Oh, you just do this. And then you send them off to liquidation. If she didn't have a bag, she would have crawled across the floor. Extract her brain and play basketball. Oh my god. Next.
Come on.
What do you got there, young man?
Please, if you find something, lie. I can't go back.
That's unfortunate.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
I mean,
Remove your outer clothing.
at least it's
Glasses,
goo
and
free.
gloves. Prepare your belongings for
No
inspection.
touchy. That's right. We just have to do our full inspection. We got to make sure we do the full inspection. Why are you carrying that? You know, that's a fantastic question. Maybe he was keeping it as like a weapon. He could use it to like smack him with it or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? All right. That all seems okay. Next. His intestines might be goo-free. Oh, might not be goo-free. Well, he's holding his stomach. He's all droopy-eyed. This dude looks like he's about to pass out. Yeah, I'd be pissed too if I were you, because you know what's about to happen. Hyper-aggressive reflexes. We've already checked all that jazz. He's got the goo. All right, what's up with your insides? Oh, my. Lighten up like Christmas morning. You've got colored intestines. Any contraband? Nothing in your butt? All right. Color difference. There we go. He's got the goo. Inside left ankle with the UV. What? What the hell do you think you're seeing? Each tool has a little keychain. The reason they have a little keychain on them is because they're from the Twitch drops. Yeah. It's like Rainbow Six up in here. I love it. You sound disappointed he didn't have anything in there. I mean, I don't know. You go through all that trouble to look. You figure it'd be way more fun if you had something. All right. What do we have? We have the sketties. Green dots tripping people out. Yeah, it might be. All right. Sketties, the tripods, the cush balls. Wait. Yeah. Sketty, tripod, cush ball. The forbidden gumdrops. Everlasting gobstoppers. Telling you, I'm borderline convinced that that sound is that meme shit sound, and then they just messed with it. I swear to God. I'm borderline convinced. Like, you hear it more when I'm just sitting here like this, when I'm doing an inspection. We might get to hear it again just sitting here. I swear to God. Thank you, gamer. Okay. We know what he's got. I'm kind of hoping for that. Ah, that wasn't the one. That was a different sound. We'll check on the next one. I know.
Stay calm and wait
All
for
right.
your turn.
Those
Remove your outer
two.
clothing.
It was
Hats,
those guys.
glasses, and
But
gloves.
he has contaminated
Prepare
baggage.
your belongings for inspection.
So you know what that means. Thank you, Goldo. Thank you for the daily heart, me friend. Oh, wait. Did I mark that you had baggage? I did now. Lab for basketball. You can't play basketball with them, Meg. He does look very pale. Oh. Well, I can help him with that. Next.
Next survivor.
Please.
you mark the colored organ? I thought I did. I might not have, though.
Identification verified.
Did we do...
Status stable.
Did I do a second inspection of Olivia? Sam, I might have missed it. But I think it was okay, though. Didn't we say she lost the freckles, right? There's an achievement to shoot a brain through the... Wait, what? Is there really? Okay, well, we'll definitely do that then. Hi, Kuro. How are you? We'll do that with her. For sure, we'll do that with her. Oh, boy. That's a yikes. Oh, my goodness. She's got a bite. She's got a skin rash. Holy Christmas. It makes you feel even less guilty when you, like, send them off. Either to the lab or over there to, you know, join the pile. It makes you feel a lot less bad. Winner, chicken dinner. Thank you, Jessica. Oh, yeah, the lungs. I mean, thank God we have the colors for those, because that would really screw me up. All right. Non-specific respiration. All right, man. Oh, wait. Insides. Good. 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 Nothing? I say good, like she's going to make it. Now, look. Do you see how she's not squinting her eyes? You see this? Look. Nothing. That's what we're saying. Shoes. She has sweet kicks.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing. Hats,
So,
glasses, and gloves.
extreme pulse on a bite mark. That sends you off to the laboratory. I was told that there's an achievement.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to go looking for it. Oh, wait. Now, here's the question. Where was the basketball? Wait, where was the basketball hoop? Was it over inside where the survivors were? Survivor block? Yeah. All right. So I need to pull out the wrong thing. So how do I make sure I get her brain? Right there, yeah? Yeah. There it is. Let's hear her cough. All right. So now that we've extracted the brain. Oh, wait. Am I going the wrong way? Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's my zombie. I was like, she's sleeping? Yeah, she's taking a nap. Igor, bring me the brain. Abby normal. All right, where's the hoop? Where the bag of ball? Oh, there it is. So, from what I've heard, gonna shoot some hoops. I'm gonna try. So, like, I don't even know how you like yoink it like that, because like you can't do I like granny shot this? I'm guessing that's what I've got to do, because like you can't reach it like that. Oh, that's disgusting. Because look. Oh yeah, I can jump. Oh, I forgot. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me.
Any aggression toward personnel will not be tolerated.
Hey.
Offenders will be isolated.
But I could try to slam dunk with parkour. Parkour. Oh, it won't let me parkour. Dunk it with the jump. Oh, wait. I don't know if I got it or not. Slam dunk. Look. Do I gotta let go? I don't know if I got it or not. No achievements are popping up. Unless I have it turned off or something. I might have it turned off. So maybe I did get it and I just didn't see it. I have a donation. Okay, that's very contradicting. Like, why would you both sit there and do that? Here we go. Gotta dribble it. All right. Now, how far away can you shoot it, you know? Like, oh, let me back there. You could totally free throw this. Yeah. Oh, too far. Okay, okay. This is tough. This is way harder than I thought it would be. Oh, I keep dragging to the right. Son of a bitch. This is hard. 3-pointer, let's go. You got it. Yoink, Scoob. Oh my god. I think it is possible. You just have to line it up right. It. I can't do it. All the survivors are watching. Yeah, you're next. I can't. It keeps flinging it to the right. I think I got it stuck. Mom! Can you help me get my ball? I got it. You know what I feel like? I feel like Michelle Tanner in that episode when she climbs on top of the fence thing and she didn't want to get down because she was scared. Oh, here we go. And one mixtape. Oh, shit. They have brain damage now? No, they're fine. This is a reminder. This could all be you. Ah, Dukin. Oop, there it is. All right, next. I thought the raccoon was going to eat it. Can you feed it to the pet? That's a great question.
Please. I'm just tired.
POV, how a migraine feels. This is still the flamethrower, right? Yeah. All right. You're just tired. You're not sick. Oh, I've heard that one before.
Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing.
Does Gary get treats? We might have to take the brain is still sitting over there. We might have to.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Cut. Chow. Quick once over. Okay, UV. Oh, it's a tattoo. It's always deceiving when you see something on the foot. Nothing. Who's the Lord Farquaad looking lady? Oh my god. That's not very nice. She's a nice lady. Her intestines seem fine. I mean, her eyes are obviously fine. I think she's good. First healthy person. Well, she definitely has nothing wrong. Bye, ma'am.
Don't make me wait.
Next. Oh, look at this crazy shirt. No, all the skulls look like that.
I wouldn't touch you, even if I were a zombie.
Asshole. You're just asking to be smacked with a hammer. Just allergies? No, just asshole. That's what she is. We gotta make sure to check the items on the table. All right, no goo. But she does have a big red bruise on the back of her leg. Yep. Chuck the brain at her. I should try to feed it to her. Yeah, she's got a red bruise. For sure. Hit her a couple times. You know, it's better safe than sorry. Ma'am, can I check something real fast? You wouldn't mind, would you? Okay. All right, reflexes seem good. Internal bleeding? It certainly looks like it. That looks messed up. I mean, poor Grant. Bro, she swallowed a zombie bone. You're gonna say poor? We have internal bleeding. She had a bag. She also has contaminated. That's considered contaminated baggage, right? Because she had the infected, like it's the zombie bone or whatever. I can't tell if her eyes are like that because she's mad or because she actually has something wrong. Okay, she has something wrong. Yeah, liquidation. Roger that. All right, we got the squids, got the sketties. Internal contraband, yeah. I gotta mark that too. The squids, the sketties, the koosh balls, orb of death. Let's go down a little bit. Did you see black smudge? Where'd you see the black smudge? Feel like you saw one? I'll do a quick scan. I mean, that last one that we did, we saw one. It was a very particular area too. I'm not seeing any. I don't think so. Top left, middle left. Where'd you think you saw it? I'm on the left. Well, the deeper layer, yeah, but wouldn't you be able to see it from here, though? Hey, what up, fool? Like, where do you see it right now? Probably a smudge. There it is. The shit sound. I don't see a black smudge. Until you zoomed in more. Yeah, I don't see it there. All right, so what do we have? We saw those. I think that was it. All right, angry pants. Oh, and internal contraband.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay
Well,
calm
she's
and wait
angry,
for
so I'm gonna
your
go ahead
turn.
and get that out of there.
Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
You want to know?
Prepare your
Let's settle
belongings
this
for
mano a mano.
inspection.
Okay. Next.
Come on.
They say zombies eat brains. Now I know why you're still alive.
Move
Next.
it.
Out of my way.
Y'all keep coming in here angry. We're gonna start setting some tones. Y'all keep coming in here with an attitude, and you're gonna learn better. I dare it. I dare that temp to go up too high. If that temp goes up too high. Oh, it's pushing it. Need to check its forehead reflexes. You know, that's a damn good idea. That is a damn good idea. Oh, here's another one of those right leg, left leg idiots. All right, so aggression is all we have so far. You know, that's enough for me to do the thing. It really is. You better walk in here and smile at me, you piece of shit. Lungs are fine. Yeah, bless you, piece of shit. Hearts, lungs, intestines. Everything seems okay. Oh, was it his temp that was elevated? Yeah. Elevated temp. And I don't, we'll check his eyes anyway. I don't know. They seem okay. I think it's just because he's angry and he's a jerk. Why are you mad, bruh? All right. To quarantine, sir.
You want to go? Let's settle this.
Bro, why are you all so... It's okay, Charlie. You're fine. Next.
Next survivor.
You're looking awfully pale.
Wrong, I swear.
Although her picture looks pale.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
This is the
Remove
most
your
resting
outer
bee
clothing,
face like that I've
glasses,
seen.
and gloves. Prepare your belongings
I don't know,
for
man.
inspection.
I think I'm gonna mark pale. Like, she looks pretty damn pale. Looks green. No. We have not found the flamethrower yet. No. What's it, the attitudes? I don't know. Everybody's so mean. Why are you so green, man? What's wrong? I'm gonna mark it. I think it is. I could be wrong, and that's okay. Just look at those those judgmental eyes. Yeah, you look like you would. All right, so we've got vapors. Someone needs a bath. Sicko. UV vapors. Okay. What about your breathing? Breathing seems fine. They are pretty disgusting. Anonymous. Thank you for the gift. I don't know why nothing's going off. Sugar's low. Oh, that's what it is. Don't give her excuses. All right. Does that mean you have something in your ass? Of course you do. What about in your mouth? Nothing. All right. What are you supposed to find from UV and contraband? Oh, no. When you find UV contraband, the whole point is just that it's supposed to be that they've been carrying around like an infected item kind of thing. That's why she's angry. Oh, because she had a bottle in her ass? That could cause the anger. All right. Sketties. Snakes. Gooseball. Squid. Did the heart look funky? I could check again. I missed the heart last time. Tis possible that I missed it again. No, it's Gooseball down there. All right. That is... Those. I think that's it. Let's check the heart again. Scrody, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you, homie. Top left. You thought you saw something else? All right, we'll check one more time. Is that necrosis on her heart? Or is that internal bleeding? That look like necrosis.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing. Hats,
It's so hard to
glasses,
tell.
and gloves.
Bleeding? Wait, it would be way more like dark. It'd be actually like black if it was necrosis, right? Do you have a needle still? Oh, I do. Yeah, I do. That's a good point. Looks like internal bleeding. Yeah. I do have a couple needles, actually. Oh, wait, where am I going? Where am I going? Internal bleeding. I could give her a stab. All of those are just sick symptoms. It's the pale skin that is the one that would either throw her to quarantine or not. Yeah, the heart's very hard to see. But I do have... Fuck it.
The subject is not infected.
You lucky dog.
You're sure it's safe?
I don't know, but they wanted to off you. Next.
I didn't do anything wrong, I swear.
One to let him through? They look fine. 'Tis but a flesh wound. They're fine. You guys need to stop being so judgmental with every person that comes through here. Damn. Can't even get a bite anymore. Sheesh. She's got some bread, a calculator, WD-40, and a soda. One for what? To let her go through. Yeah, she's perfectly healthy. Absolutely fine. Healthiest person of the day. She gets the award. I would take the bread, but I would lose money by taking the bread. Unfortunately. Like, how silly is that? Okay. Lady, listen, I'm trying to help you, okay? I'm trying to make your case that you should go through, and you're not helping yourself. As I say, I swear, I'm gonna like see 17 bite marks on her, and it's just the one on her face. Ah, I didn't get to see the items in time. Worth it? Imagine if you could keep it. That'd be kind of cool. A collection of all the items. All right. No Goovy. No Goovy. Cammy, thank you for the 4 months. No Goovy. Well, let's see. I'm afraid to look at your insides. All right, we got a fatty. Yeah, look at their heart. The other one had to definitely be internal.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing.
No contraband.
Glasses and gloves.
That was a fatty
Prepare your
hepatosis.
belongings for inspection.
Fatty hepatosis. Collection of confiscated items on a wall. Yeah. Kind of like the collection of the stuff that we have, but just stuff we steal from them. Yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of rad. All right, well, we definitely don't need to check your eyeballs. It's a lot of bites. No, she's only got one, but it's very distinct. I tell you what, we're going to send you to liquidation. You seem like a very nice lady. I didn't mark you out a bag. Oh, well. Still had an excellent inspection.
Come on.
Next. What do you got in the bag? Oh, a pair of... Why did the metal detector... A pair of shoes, an apple, and a book. Oh, she's got the nose gook. Oh, she's got the nose pus. Not even a pair. Are they both the same side? They're both lefts. She has 2 left shoes. Yeah, she's gonna have something metal in her body. That's correct. Would you stop it? 2 left feet. All right, nothing there. That's just dirt, a little bit of gook. Has freckles, has skin cuts. Freckles, skin cuts. Would you stop it? Good God. Mac, thank you for the gifted, dude. Or 2 right feet. But if she has 2 right feet, why would she have 2 left shoes? Sickly breath. Oh. I thought it was. Maybe not. Oh, I thought it was going away. Oh my God. That's not. Infected breath. Oh, your eyeballs. Eyeballs seem okay. Let's see what she has inside of her. All the organs are good. What's in your butt? Just a zombie bone sticking out of her ass. That's fine. Internal contraband, contaminated baggage. Oh my God.
You are in a quarantine.
Well, ma'am, I don't know how to tell you this, but it's a
Remove
bad
your
day for
outer
you.
clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Look over there.
Belongings for inspection.
Don't make me wait.
Come over here and barf. I'm gonna be upset with you.
I'm cleaner than half of the people you let through.
That means he's gonna be shot. Why'd she put that there? Curiosity, I presume. Hey, we're up to 10,000 bucks. Let's go. We do the things. Normal. I always got to do this now. Now we kind of got to do it too for, I don't want to have to go back through twice if we don't have to. Saves time. Uh-oh. What is that? Gross. That looks like a good old case of the herpes, yeah? They look crazy infected. Yuck. Insides. If you accidentally hit a fellow guard. Oh, yeah. I have friends that have said that they've seen that. Internal bleeding. Got all the symptoms discovered? I think so. Do we have all the symptoms of everything? Let me see. Yeah, we have everything. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to pull that out of there. What did I say? You have internal bleeding? Yeah, internal bleeding. And his eyes are not squinty. They seem okay. He's just sick. No more lab. No, not unless we want to play basketball with somebody's brain. Yeah. Just a little sick. Case of the Ronas. Yeah, he's fine. Speaking of that, I was gonna say, how many med kits do I need? Next.
Survivor.
Sorry if I'm slow. It's hard to think straight.
We'll need 2 more for quota. We're on day 24. We have 2 more days after this. Yeah. Don't you get research points for doing the lab quickly? I thought you just got extra money for doing the lab quickly, not research points. Right?
You are
Sweet tats, man.
Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your
Because we were only
outer
getting
clothing,
research
hats,
points
glasses,
for
and gloves.
completing the different
Prepare your
whatevers.
belongings for inspection.
And we already did all those. Sickly breath. Sickly breath. Organs looking good. Anything inside your butt? Anything inside your mouth? Nothing. But now we gotta look at your eyeballs. You get extra RP for quick labs. Do you really? Oh boy. I see it right there. I see multiple of them. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Holy hell. All right. Sketty, Kush, black, whatever nose looking thing. Yeah. So what I say? I said, well, that's, was it this? It was Sketty, Kush, and that guy. Was there snakes in there as well? The black Christmas tree squiggle, yeah. Yep, we did. Had that in there too. All right. Well, that was, you know, it was looking good there for a minute, and that went south real fast, ma'am. But apparently, okay, you know what we're going to do? No. We're just going to send you to the laboratory. Yeah, we did. I did get +9 RP. Can you select the germs from the bottom bar? I don't think so. No, because your mouse is locked into being able to move around, to move the screen around. So it won't let you do it. I know, that'd be nice. All right, ma'am. What are we taking out of you? Get a couple extra bucks from it at least. That guy? Don't mind me just firing off your boob. There we go. Excellent check mark. That means something. Yeah, it just means that the inspection was good. That's all. We're not going to get any new symptoms anyway. Next. Start moving faster through these days.
Next.
Let's go. Why so mad, bruh?
Hell, I wouldn't touch you even if I were a zombie.
You know what? I don't care if you're infected or not. I could give two shits. Worth it. I lost 1,000 for killing a civilian, but I gained 1,200 for completing that day. That was the flamethrower guy. I never took the flamethrower, so I made the money for it. Worth. Next. The mission was to not take the flamethrower. I didn't take the flamethrower. It's fine. See, it worked. It worked out in the end. I told you, you need to start coming to my quarantine zone with a better attitude. Day 25. 0 deaths in the block. That's right, because I had him up here.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletin board immediately.
Is it actually raining? What? Check the quarantine lately? I did yesterday. I didn't check it today.
Identification verified.
Yeah, I didn't check it today.
Status stable.
What's the next one? Lone walkers. Lone walkers are near the wall again. One smeared the concrete. Hours later, more showed up. Looks like marking behavior. Take them out before they draw a horde. Kill 3 zombies walking near the camp walls. Well, don't mind if I do. And we got to feed our pet. We got to go through the peeps. How you doing? Hey, how are you? All right, let's go feed Gary. To Gary. I had no idea that you could sprint while doing this. Oh, sorry. Pardon me. Come through. Bye, Gary. Gary the snail is getting some mail. Hey, everybody good in here? Nobody's infected, right? All right, just checking. Oh, it's the rain bouncing off of that. I was like, what the hell's that sound? All right, let's go check our peeps in quarantine. You've been in there for 2 days and you're a piece of shit. Now, she was getting better, if we recall. She was getting better.
Hello?
Hi. Elevated temp and color difference. Let's see. No more elevated temp? Yeah, she goes to the survivor block. Bye. That's 2 days that she's lost 2 symptoms. Now, what about you?
I just need to get to the safe zone. My family is waiting for me.
All right. Hyper reflex, color difference, and eyeballs. Oh, wrong thing. Oh, that still exists. I don't remember what had a color difference, but oh, well, that's his brain. Never mind. And your eyeballs. Well, wait. What are we looking for? We're looking for the squiggle. We're looking for the squidlies, the sketties, the snake, the kush, and the death ball. All right. Squidly, sketty, snake, kush. Did I see it? I thought I saw one. I do see one. Look at the bottom. Like, how freaking cheatsy doodle is that? I knew I saw it. All the way at the bottom of the screen. Wow. So he has all the same eye gook. Ooh, dude, what are we missing with you then? What did we miss with him? Because he has all the same symptoms that we've already gotten him with. What? Why am I? Uh-oh. Oh, I was locked into Zoom. I was like, what the hell? He has a death ball now too. Wait, was there another one? He had the sick ball, which is that guy right there. See that one in the middle? He didn't have the other one, did he? His heart was the internal bleeding. Oh, did we not mark internal bleeding? I don't remember him having internal bleeding. Unless I'm missing something. We're seeing all kinds of shit. So you so you thought you saw a black ball. Or the black whatever thing. He did have internal bleeding and now he doesn't. As long as we're sure that he had the internal bleeding. I don't know why I never marked it. What's the one next to the black thing for the eye? Oh, it's just another type of ball, but we don't have any of those in here. We have a few of the other ones that are the sick or infected, not just infected. Yeah. Ad break is a coming, friends. We might play through this one. You don't think he had internal bleeding? Dude, I don't know now. I don't know now. Oh, sorry. Whatever it is, it must be gone because he has no new symptoms. We could leave him in quarantine to be safe. I already did this. I already smacked him with that. We already looked with that. His lungs are fine. We just checked his eyes. We just looked at his insides. Yeah. Yeah, fuck it. We'll put him in quarantine.
This has to be a mistake.
I could needle him, but we'll do quarantine. It's fine. Yeah. Eliana, hello.
Move it.
Move it. Is this another angry guy? Bruh, do you see what happened?
Damn time. What kind of checkpoint are you running?
We have ads coming up, friends. Just a heads up. Oh, the walkers near the wall. Yeah, we'll get those in a second. He's got a flamethrower, a knife, ammo, a burger, a PC. What the fuck? All right. We have ads. We're going to wait. All right. Waiting on ads. Did Gary get fed on the 25th? I thought Gary got fed. I think he did. Gaming's life. Yeah. Dude's traveling around with a PC. No monitor or anything like that. But, you know, he's hopeful. He's a gamer at heart. Hi, Sunflower. How are you? Yep. Pet got fed. Yeah, we tried to do it at the beginning of the day. No, you have to feed him every day. It has to happen every day. It can't just be some days. Thank you, Jess. Thank you. Yeah, homie wants to game. It's fine. All right, 2 minutes of ads and then we'll be back at it. What happens if you don't? I assume that if you do not feed him, that he will eventually just not be there anymore. Like he'll die off or something like that, and then you won't get the money for it. That's my assumption. We're keeping the pet because if we keep him through the whatever you call it, we get money for it. Do. Yeah, the extraction. Yeah. That one. Those words with that stuff. Maybe he breaks out. That'd be kind of cool, actually. Broke out and got into the survivors. All right. Ads are almost done. Yeah. If we keep a pet, I get $2,000. If not, $2,000 and also a needle. Yeah. Power goes out long enough, he escapes. Yeah. Hey, Miss Jenny, what's up? Realized I got it. Yeah. Eddie, thank you for the follow, man. All right, they're just about done. Just about finished. So we'll come back. All righty, Mr. Angry Pants. I do need to confiscate some of your things.
Thief! You dirty goddamn thief!
Oh shit! I didn't do this. Whoops. I hope there's no goo on that on the stuff that he had. Totally forgot. I forget every time. All right, Mr. Angry Man. We needed the flamethrower. No, we already did that mission. That mission's done. Now we have to go kill zombies near the wall, which I can do here in a minute. I'll do it after this guy.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Nothing?
Remove your outer clothing.
Box of ammo. Oh, yeah.
Back off, buddy.
No, I want it.
Your belongings for inspection.
Herpy arm. No obvious UV things. Hey, what up, Tokyo? Welcome in. No goo, but goo. All right, Mr. Herpes. That's right. You are now Mr. Herpes. Breathing is fine. What about your insides? Heart, lungs, intestines, brain. All of that looks good. He does have a potato inside of him and also a sausage in his asshole, which makes perfect sense for a guy that looks like this. The camera, son of a bitch. It's going to happen every time. Thank you. Guy's got a sausage in his bum. Don't yuck his yum. Well, his yum is resting inside of his anus. I don't know if that counts. All right. Internal. I didn't mark the bag. Bag. Weapons. What about your eyeballs? All right. We've got squidlies, snakes, sketties, pushball. We have all the good stuff. I say all the good stuff. All the sick stuff. Hey Shay, what's up? I don't see anything else. Yeah, I know. Whenever we're in this, you can hear zombies. Even better than normal. Raid, thank you for the raid, by the way. Welcome in. Hello. And thank you for continuing the gifted sub you got from King, friend. Hello. How was your stream? Yeah. All the good stuff. Okay. Looks good. No, it's a tattoo. Oh, you thought you saw a bite. No, it's just a tattoo. Well, with your aggression, sir, I'm sorry, but we are going to have to quarantine you. Prepare.
Get over here, you ugly piece of shit.
He's infected with a bad attitude. Damn right he is.
Don't make me wait.
Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Welcome
Remove
in.
your
Hello.
outer clothing. Hats,
How are
glasses,
you? Good
and
to see
gloves.
you. Hey, how are you?
I already went through quarantine.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. We got a bag. We've got no weapons or anything, but we do have we have UV contraband. Yikes. What? And you have eye gook. What the and you have what the shit? They've got eye pus. They've got literally everything. Good Lord. All right. Would you hurry up? I need to do an inspection. Or we'll do a quick once over. All right. She also has skin cuts and a bite mark. Bro, what does she not have? All right. Skin cuts, bite mark. Skin cuts, bite mark. All right. Skin cuts, bite mark. Good golly. Missing any symptoms? No, we have them. We've discovered all of them, at least. We've discovered every one of them. You're looking rough there, lady. Awfully rough. Is there a particular reason her heart is beating through her lungs? Crab rangoons? Oh, I love crab rangoons. That's nothing to be worried about, right? It's totally fine. Smaller people, the heart pops out. Oh, when they're smaller, like actual player models? What the fuck? All right, ma'am. Well, you do have a lay infection. We have the bag. We have the contraband. I think we have all the things. Yeah. Loves too much? Oh, that's okay. Well, we can stop that.
this another checkpoint?
Sure is.
Next survivor.
Next. What do you have?
Please. If you find something,
Okay.
I can't go back.
Okay.
Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
All the zombies. You know what? Let's go ahead and do that now. Hold on. Let's mark what she has. So she has a bag. She had weapons. All right. And then we need to go kill some zombies. Let's go check. Is there any that pop up over here ever? I mean, I would assume not really because we have our peeps here, right? Not gonna take. I don't think I can take the saw. I don't think it's for me to take. There we are. Hello, friends. How many of you do we need to kill? Oh, I didn't even see how much it said to kill. 3. Okay. Just like the other time.
Good work, Grunt.
There we go.
Don't get used to the praise.
Yeah, okay. Any zombies hanging out? Nope. Yeah. Yeah, it was 3. Sorry, ma'am. Didn't mean to keep you waiting. Nothing. Oh, missed. Got it. All right. Do a quick once over like this. And then we check with the UV. Nothing UV wise. Had that quest. Only 2 zombies to kill. You have 2 different areas to check to see if zombies have popped up. So you definitely got to make sure to go around and take a look and see if you can find them in other places. All right. Nothing so far. How are your lungs? They seem okay. What about your insides? Okay. Heart and lungs look okay. Looking good. Brain, good. No contraband. Eyes are looking good. Just the baggage and the weapon. Seems very healthy. Yeah. If items she has were contaminated too. But we checked her. We checked if her items were contaminated. They were not. We did the inspection of her stuff. It was not contaminated.
Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Do they never have anything on their skulls? No, just the brain. It's the brain that does.
Prepare your
Show up around the area. Yeah. Yeah. All right. To the survivor block. The guys to the follows, by the way, welcome in. I did confiscate the weapons. The saw is not a weapon.
Thank you.
I don't think it is. If it isn't, well, then she has a saw to play with. It happens. Let's see about the upgrades. I have 213, which means I can unlock one of these. Smart filter for the stethoscope or the Madioscope autofocus. It was a lost monies. Damn, sad. That's all right. I have $13,000. I think we'll be okay. What do you guys want? Autofocus on the Madioscope or the smart filter for the stethoscope? So eyeballs or lungs? Eyes or lungs? Eyeballs, balls. Seen a lot of eyeballs. We'll do the eyeballs. And then whenever we get a chance, we'll do the lungs. The eyes are hard. Yeah, the autofocus will be nice. Sweet. Come on. There we go. Prim, welcome in. All right.
Look, no No bites.
Bro, what the fuck? Next time unlock it? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Bro, she's got chicken nuggies. What the hell? What the hell? And the white sauce. I always go for that arm. I don't know why. I just do. Nuggets in a tissue? Well, yeah, she doesn't have a nugget box. There's nothing she can do about it, you know? Okay, her face is good. Face is clear. All right, go there. Need 18. How many people do we have inside of the... Oh, 19. Okay, we've met the quota. How do you get your equipment to look like that? So if you have the Twitch drops, you just have to turn them on. So you go over to your settings, go to gameplay, scroll down, turn them on. So once you have your drops. Yep.
You are in a quarantine zone.
You are in a quarantine zone.
Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Lungs.
Prepare your
Good.
belongings for inspection.
Prepare your insides for an inspection. Looks fine. Eyeballs are good. You'd confiscate the nuggies. That's fair. Survivor. Wasn't there a person inside of quarantine I did not check?
Identification
Or did I not
verified.
check either of them?
Quarantine status stable. No incident.
No, you
reported.
said. I don't know. I don't know if I... Did I check Jeffrey? I don't know if I did. Nothing has changed. They're both really angry about this. He looks fake angry though. He's acting pissed off because Steven is. I did check him. Okay. Thank you, Maiden. Thank you very much. We're super excited. Hi.
My hands won't stop shaking.
Oh, that sucks. You have a bruise straight in your schnoz. What the hell? Are you okay? Did somebody hit you with something that looks kind of like this? Temps are good. We'll leave her face alone. It looks like it's already been damaged enough. All right. Uvi. Nothing. Lungs. Nothing. She does have a bellyache, and we can see why. That's why she has a bellyache. Let's make sure she doesn't have anything else, though. Yeah, everything else looks okay. Yikers, dude. All right. Well, she's got to go to quarantine.
I feel fine. Please don't do this.
2 to quarantines. Next. Damn, how many of you guys are there? Shit.
What's the point of all this?
Well,
We're all dead already.
yeah, but your disgusting ass is trying to get through here. That's why. So angry.
Stay calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses.
She's grabbing her belly.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
What's wrong with your belly, ma'am? Huh? Speak up. Oh boy. Yeah, she has non-specific respiration. Unfortunato. Insides? I'm fairly certain her heart has internal bleeding. Look at that heart. It looks messed up. She needs to chill the hell out, though. Oh, that's another one for quarantine. Shit.
For crying out loud.
Excuse me.
Move it.
Did you see how she looked normal until she passed through that gate and then she got all pissed off? You're not fooling anybody, ma'am. You and your skin rash, you sicko. Skin rash, anger. Cool hat. Yeah, but she's a jerk. Look at her. She's mean. Ooh, with a 169 pulse. Yeah. A little bit elevated there, Toots. So angry about. I thought she had ducks on her freaking underwear. All right, nothing. She does have skin cuts. Okay. Like that you can see the hiccup. Probably mad because the guy stole her sausage and put it. Oh my god. I hate it here. Oh, that's okay. She has an internal potato and also a bottle in her ass. She'll be just fine. Internal contraband.
You
And
are in a quarantine zone.
she's so mad. Oh, it must be just because she's angry. I guess she would be a little more squinty if that was the case. But I mean,
You better sleep with one eye.
oh, I was totally afraid of shooting that guy. She walked in front of him. I thought it was over. What the hell? Next.
Don't make me wait.
I'm just glad I don't have to put another person in quarantine. Good lord, man. Hi, Mr. Zog.
Sorry if I'm slow. It's hard to.
Hey, you have that monitor that person probably wanted. So, yeah, the other person had a tower. They got the freaking the Delit monitor. What happens if you shoot a guard? I think it resets your day. All right, well, we'll do the inspection, but then you know what's going to happen. Someone had a zombie sneezed on keyboard. We did have that. Yeah. Watch, dude's going to be like, everything else is going to be as healthy as can be, except for the skin rash on his arm. The odds of this guy having internal contraband is going up by the minute. All right, got you a skin rash. Did I mark down the other stuff? I did. Contaminated baggage, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you definitely have droopy eyes. A gaming chair? As I thought. Internal contraband. Knew it. I frickin' knew it. That guy have cocaine? Oh, what the shit? Another person with a bullet in their mouth. What the hell? It's just sugar. Entire box of ammo. What the fuck? All right. I need to check your eyes, I think. Yep. All right. He's got the squigglies. He's got the whatever sick ball. We'll call it the sick ball. Yeah. Okay. That's it. Those are the only two. He's got that guy and he's got that guy. That's it. But either way, you saw black? Where'd you see black? Zoom in. It is zoomed in. Zooming in further is not going to help because then you won't be able to know which area that was in. Confiscate his meat. Confiscate his meat. It was somewhere. Where? Oh, snakes. Oh, I do see the snakes. You're right. Over there. I did not see it either. No. No. Either way, this dude's going to meet his maker. So... You can stop now. You told me to keep looking, so I kept looking. And look, this is because of you. That right there was because of you. You did this. That's on you.
Come on.
Next. Oh my god, how many of you are there? I'm gonna start doing speed runs.
I have children. They're waiting for me.
Oh, are they? That's so cute. Look what you made him do. Ah, no reaction. Absent reflex, but it doesn't really mean too much. Ooh, bruising. Holy night. All right, bruising. What's next? Breathing looks fine. Looks very red. Why does it look so red? It seems fine though. It just, I don't know why it seems so red. Questionable fashion. Definitely a symptom of infection. That's not a symptom that we have. Like, unless there's a new color that I wasn't aware of. I think it's a little bit more obvious than that. Usually. Thank you, Mr. Song. I could needle him. But that's the only thing. I mean, his eyes aren't infected. That's literally the only thing. Would be his intestines possibly having a different color, which would possibly be a problem. I feel like everybody has questionable fashion. This is true. I mean, for funsies, I could always hit him with the needle. I have a lot of them. Oh, fuck it. He's probably fine.
The subject
Yeah,
is
he's
not
clear.
infected.
That's fine. Bye.
Oh god. I made
Don't make me
Next.
wait.
Another angry person.
This place is filthy. What is wrong with you people? I see you enjoy robbing others.
Well, maybe if you wouldn't bring shit in you weren't supposed to. Camila Jones. Good grief. We have baggage. We have weapons. All right, we'll do a UV check after we do all the other stuff. The Karen of the apocalypse, right? What's up, Leaky? All right, bloody nose. goes. Yeah, but apparently the bleeding isn't a problem, though. Skin cuts. Okay. Is that also skin cuts? What is that? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Nope. There we go. All right. Mark down the skin cuts. We got that. Check the breathing is fine. I can... Huh. Something seems amiss. Oh, yeah, aggression. Yeah. Sausage. Potato in the butt. Let's see. Aggression. We need internal contraband. All right, her eyes are fine. Don't need to check that. She does have 2 things that are sick or infected, so that means she has to go to quarantine.
Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Let's do this just in case.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
I'm gonna kill you. Continues to go to quarantine. Next.
Survivor.
I'd give anything and everything to wake up from this nightmare.
You got it, Riley. All those seem okay. Oh, she's got something on her back leg. What is that? That's herpes. She also looks a little pale. Maybe that's just me, but it feels like she looks a little pale. One more time. Just to be sure. What game is that? Quarantine Zone. Should be below the stream. Herpes, pale skin. Breathing seems fine. Internal organs are the color they should be. No contraband. Eyes seem okay. But the pale skin is a problem. Which would mean that we would send her there. Just in case. She should be fine.
At least it's not a death sentence.
Not yet, madame. Not yet. Do I already have the quarantine upgraded? Oh, no, I can upgrade it again. Oh, yeah. There we go. What would the UV show? It would show goo. Oh, it's a tattoo. Oh, my God.
Please.
What?
Too much already. Don't make me turn back now.
Well, you're going to lose more. Like the hat. Oh, did it say for inspection? Shit. I don't know what I missed. Tattoo. Try UV again. All right, UV's good. Forgot the temp pulse. I thought we did it. Maybe I did. I might have completely missed shit on her. Yeah. Or she might not have been pale and we marked pale. Yeah, that's true.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
No, I don't think it was a skin rash. I think that it was herpes.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Yes, I could barely see that he has yellow eyes. He's squinting them. My God. Katie, thank you for the subs, friendo. Look at that. He's like pimpling right now. What is this? Yeah, the pale skin might have been a problem. Like as in it wasn't a problem. UV vapors? Who? None of these people have had UV vapors. UV vapors are pretty obvious. To the eyes. Oh, wait. Doesn't this like automatically focus now? Oh, yeah. All right. We've got the koosh balls. We got the squigglies. Snakes. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Koosh ball, squiggly, snakes. Everything in focus? I know. Isn't that nice? Well, Gina, thank you for the gifted. Thank you. I think that's it. What was the other one I said? Was it those guys? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Earthworm Sally. Have you gotten infected ball in the eye before? Seems kind of... Wait, what? Have I gotten the infected ball in the eye? I don't know what you mean. All right. All those symptoms are sick symptoms. Oh, the ball. Yeah, I've gotten that before. Yeah. I've gotten that before. Don't get it all the time or anything like that, but I do sometimes. Okay. Pretty sure that we've seen everything. Yeah. He should be okay. You still think you saw vapors on his legs? Why didn't I see that till now? Is it because I was too focused on that? You did see vapors. Good spot. Yeah, it's still, and funny enough, it still is just another sick symptom. Yeah. Holy shit. It was so light. Yeah, that was so light. I could not tell at all.
Oh god, I made it.
Hooray.
Move it.
That was an excellent inspection.
Please.
I kind of just want to pop her right now. I kind of just want to pop her right now. I don't have anything to do right there. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? It was lovely having you. Next.
Don't make me wait.
That's pale skin.
Please. I can't go back out there.
That is pale skin. Pale skin, yellow eyes, no bag. Yeah, she's borderline an alien. Temp is elevated. Okay. Elevated temp. She looks a little pale. You know, she seems like she's had some better days. Look how... Look at the mark on her. My God. Man, I don't know how I didn't notice the vapor on the last one until it was like at the end. That was so weird. All right, nothing there. Nothing there. All right, gray. Trying to bring anything into my quarantine zone there, lady? What's her name? Zoe Thomas. Zoe Thomas seems okay. No other stuffs in the eyeballs, just yellers. Just yellers. Oh, to quarantine.
You can't do this.
Yes, we can.
Please.
Come on.
Next. I'm literally full on quarantine though. Hey, sweet sweater.
I'll do anything.
Jesus Christ.
Don't send me back.
Getting abused by my workers. All right, sir, I don't think you can have
It's not
these.
mine. Really, I promise.
I don't believe you. It was in your bag.
You are in a quarantine zone.
They keep smacking me.
For your turn.
Here, we'll just do this.
Remove
Oh, wait.
your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Elevated pulse. Elevated pulse. Reaction was normal. Let's do a quick UV again. Holy, right arm. Well, we'll check that again. Yuck. Yikes. See, that doesn't look like skin rash. That looks like herpes. It doesn't have the little balls on them. Is that the herp? Yeah, I think it's the herp. I'm pretty sure it's the herp. Do I see something yellow back there? All right, sickly breath. Oh, no, check the insides. Intestines are good. Heart, lungs, brain, all that jazz. Nothing. Sounds like a sacrifice. Wait, why would it sound like a sacrifice? He just has an elevated pulse. Although we might have to figure that out because, well, I don't think I have any more room in quarantine. Unless I stab him and then let him go free. I do have... I'm gonna do it.
The subject is not infected.
Makes it easier to send him off. Oh, contraband not seized. Wait, what contraband? Oh, did he have something on the table I didn't grab? Oh, well.
If you find something, I can't go back.
Had drugs per the scanner. Oh. Well, she's cute. What are you, a yeller? Bleeding out of your mouth. You're yellow. Eye color actually looks okay. Fiona. Damn, she's on rough times.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your
Hey,
turn.
stay calm.
Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
This is gonna be adorable. Oh my god.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
Ogres are like onions. Yeah, so the scanner you see up here, this, I believe, if I'm understanding this correctly, this you can trust. This you cannot. This does not mean that it's correct. It's just like something to check for. But like I've noticed 70% of the time, it's wrong. Like it's not actually right to begin with. What about parfaits? Everybody loves parfaits. Oh, I do love parfaits. All right, nothing. You don't have a bag. We do have to check your eyeballs. Up, I already see it. Let's go. There it is, right there. So we've got, man, there's a lot of them too. Jesus. Got the squigglies, the cush balls, the black noses, the sketties. She gone? Yeah. She's gonna go say hi. She has goo eyes. She has something eyes. I think we had this. I don't remember. Whatever. Good enough. Ma'am, I need you to go that way.
So where am I going now?
Home. You're going home. Anything on there I need to take? Nope. Just a bunch of gross potato and bottle and hot dogs straight out of the ass. Nap time for her? Yeah. All right. Food needed for today is good. Let's do that. Might as well. Power consumption is good. Med kits are good. There's 4 sickos in there today. You have to check tools on desk? Wait, what? You have to check tools on desk.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm.
Did he
and wait
just...
for
Oh,
your
he
turn.
gave me
Remove
more?
your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Okay. Thanks, I guess. I don't remember ever, like, outside of the first one, having to grab more needles from him. Yeah. All potatoes been great. Oh, it's been wonderful. Jessica, thank you. Xavier, hello, how are you? All right, 10K. This is evacuation day, right? Day 26.
New directives are now available. Check the bulletins board immediately.
All right, before we check the bulletin board, we got to feed our little boy.
Evacuation convoy arriving today.
How close are you to finishing? Should not be far off. This is the last day for the final evacuation from what it looks like. I keep forgetting I can sprint. Hi. All right. Let's go look at the board. We need to check the quarantine. There's so many people in there. If somebody shows up with a chainsaw, do not confiscate. It's U.S. Army prototype. Serial number has a match in our database. The operator is assigned to evacuate that unit. Target contraband item not confiscated. So if you see a chainsaw, we need to not touch it. Not touch it. Oh, shit.
Quarantine status unstable.
Well, that's unfortunate. No, I've not upgraded to the elevator. It's $10,000. Yeah. Well, we have space in quarantine now. Well, should have needled him. You know, listen, hear me out. Just hear me out, okay? Listen, hear me out. Hear me out. We have 23 survivors in the block. We need 18. It's fine. I just got $400 for that. Sheesh. Next.
Don't make me wait.
Now look at all that room I have.
Don't even think about touching my stuff.
I'm gonna touch it. All right, we have a bloody nose. Dude is pissed off like everybody else. Yeah, it's clean now. See? It's fine. All right, do a little UV. See if he's got any goovy. Oh boy, I saw that. Oh, now we know why you're angry, because you're about to have an extra bad day there, you piece of shrimp. You piece of shrimp.
You are in a quarantine zone.
Yeah.
For your turn.
Yeah. He's mad about his jeans. Oh, maybe.
Hats, glasses, and gloves. Prepare your belongings for inspection.
All right. Those are good. Eyeballs are looking good, and so is this.
Get over here, you ugly piece of shit.
Not very nice, you know. Next.
Move it.
Take off the hat.
Move fast.
Bro, listen. Another one. What the f... Oh, zero sugar, though. That's good for him. Go ahead and mark down this anger before we forget. Dude's a dirtbag. Oh no, you were you were so not expecting him to attack you. No, no, no. I had no idea. I hope this guy has a bite mark on him, I swear to God. Oh, there's bruising. Okay. Show me secret bite mark. All right, dude's got bruising. Yeah, just normal bruising. Okay. 'Tis fine, I suppose. We could say it's a bite mark. Like that South Park thing. They're coming right for us. Eek. 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 His eyeballs are okay. Well. I got a freshly clean quarantine for you. No, Moldy's blue.
You're cruising for a bruising, Jack.
Moldy's blue. Sim, thank you for the 35 months. Next.
Next survivor.
Nice glasses.
What was that noise? Are they here?
I don't know. Is who here? All right, temp seems okay. Give him the old whack-a-doodle. And now we check for UV. I may have just seen something on his front.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay calm and wait for your turn.
Oh, maybe not. Okay.
Remove your
I
outer
thought I
clothing,
saw something over there. I don't know what I'm
glasses,
seeing.
and gloves. Prepare your belongings for
No, that seems
inspection.
okay. Tattoo on his chest. Yeah, I thought I saw something closer to his ribs. But apparently not. Oh, looks good. Eyes are good. Everything. Homie's good. Interesting choice of tattoo designs. Yeah, a little bit. Alrighty, sir.
I think that is gonna happen.
No, you're fine. Excellent inspections. All right, what do you got? Oh, we got contraband.
My kids just made it through yesterday. I just need
I
to
don't
join.
know. According to this, you got drugs, young lady. According to this, oh God. All right, so we have that. Let's check it out for Goovy. Cigarettes are not contraband. No, they're not. Hail too. It's so questionable, man. They are. So cigarettes 100% are contraband that we take and I get money for. Almost everyone smokes. If you walk around, you do. Yes. Oh, look, I lost money. That's crazy. That's crazy how that works like that. I know they're not. I just wanted to prove a point. No, when someone's very, very confidently telling me something wrong. Yeah. If they're contraband in apocalypse, then everybody it's about to be extra irritable. That's right. Yeah, it was $100. My bad, I guess. Well, yeah, correct. The my bad is absolutely correct. Here, we'll do some more check. Curiosity is one thing. It's okay to be curious, ask questions, not sure. It's another thing to be like, no, 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 you're wrong. And then it's like, oh, okay. Oh, did I just uncheck it? Oh, there we go. So we have that guy, and a grenade in our asshole. Perfect. Give. See, those are contraband. Weirdest thing you found in the butt. Probably the grenade. I mean, grenade is definitely up there on the list. All right. What do we have for you? Nosebleed. I'm not sold on pale skin. It's so questionable, man. Blissful, welcome in. Hello. Like this. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. Yikes. Hey, Blissful, how are you? How goes the zombies? It's good. In a manner of speaking. Where do you keep your grenades? I mean, obviously not in the correct place. So they're keeping theirs warm. Not the bite. Yeah. Yeah, she's got a little schmutz there. Yeah. I thought I checked her temps. Did I not do that at first? I thought they were okay. Like nothing popped up. What did you do? Were you playing this too? We're so close to being done. We're so close. Little fresh bite, that's right. And that fresh bite means that she gets to go visit friends.
Is this another checkpoint?
Yeah, another one. Doing endless with Twitch integration chat does not like being survivors. Oh man, I haven't tried it yet. I was waiting until I finished the campaign to do the endless and then do the Twitch integration. 'Tis the plan. Oh, the internal contraband. I still got the excellent, thank God, but you're right. I should have marked internal. All right, there's something wrong with her insides. I mean, not her insides. There's something wrong with her, whatever you call it. We need to smack her with a hammer. Her reflexes. You know what I mean. All right. Temperature elevated. Reflexes. Oh. You know, I do like seeing those. Seeing those, it's just a nice reassurance like, hey. Skin rash. J-Man, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you, Jess. Blissful, if you have to go, friend, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. I hope that your chat didn't hate you taking them out too bad. And it's hard without Twitch integration because it gives you no symptoms. So getting the convoy done can be hard. Oh, man, that's a good point. Can you kill him with a hammer? You certainly can, and I can show you in a second. Hi, Mr. Winter. Nice. They enjoyed it. That's awesome. I was watching Chinggis do it with the integration. It was pretty fun to watch. Do you have any contrabands? I don't think so. Okay, so I have to do something because chat wants me to do it, okay? How's everything going? It's good, sir. I know he did kill me. Jerk. I try to make myself come back as an angry gray guy. All right. Oh, how are you coughing like that if you're down there like that? A chow. They said stop moving. They want you to stop moving. There we go. Okay, she's dead.
Don't make me wait.
Please, I've lost too much already. Don't make me turn back now.
He's got a stinky turd on him. Did you see it? Nice pants, though. I gotta give him that. All right, we haven't had a chainsaw yet either. So you're live. I was like, oh, blissfully. Thank you so much. Yep. Items. Oh, reflexes are normal. That's nice. Got some tats. That's cool. Real, thank you for the gifted. I see one more left leg, right leg tattoo. I swear to God. I swear to God. Holy shit. I mean, is that's that's like bloody necrosis. All right, ads. Ads. Hold on. Okay. Ads are playing. We're going to wait for them. Hopefully this should be the last one. Should be the last ads. Need to get the right leg, left leg tattoos. No, you don't. Oh, on the wrong leg? That'd be kind of funny. It's a map of an area. Yeah, that guy looked like he had necrosis. Yeah, Kim. Yeah. That's where I have to run them. Yep. Moldo, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome in. Yeah. You guys over there are totally fine. You guys are good. A lot of times those tasks glitch out. Someone said it randomly picks a person in line, but doesn't prioritize if they have a bag to put in it. Oh, so you'll all of a sudden randomly complete it or something. Yeah. That is not the next goal. No. My friend wants to get them on my hands. I'm like, but I'll have to look regardless. Oh my God. Yeah, there's been a bunch of those random mission ones that have glitched out. We've noticed that too. Yeah. That does make sense though. That does make sense. Like the choosing a random person that's in the line and then it doesn't even look to see if they have a bag. And if they don't have a bag, like they can't have a chainsaw. Yeah. Oh, Kim, thank you. I'm going to pop in and say hi properly since TwitchCon. So I'm glad I caught you. It's good to see you. I'll have to go back and watch a little bit of the stream and see how you guys were doing. On a diet, and the first ad I get is Taco Bell. Oh no. You know, we're going to be doing kind of the same thing, but I think the missus and I have agreed, you know what? We'll start it in February. We'll wait till February to start it. We knew that we had stuff. We knew that we had stuff coming up this month and everything else. And we're like, oh, we'll wait. If it picks a random person in line, it should then force them to have a bag. Well, I'm guessing that I'm guessing it waits for them to spawn, and then after they're spawned, then it chooses. Diets aren't great on vacation? No, it would not be. We would be so screwed. No, we have plenty of things that we want to try that would be ruined if we were trying to go by a strict diet. Never go on a diet on vacation? No, absolutely not. Trust me, my wife and I will travel for food. And there's no way in hell, you know, even then, I would let it go for that time and just eat whatever and then punish myself later. Absolutely. Dom, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Yeah, ads are done, by the way. Welcome back. The UV machine and I are getting a divorce. Nothing I do is anything but poor and really? Oh, interesting. The next stream after today, it's either going to be randomly on vacation for a little bit, which is a possibility, or Monday or Wednesday. Like, it's very up in the air because I don't know if we'll be back in time on Monday. If not, then it would be Wednesday for sure. But we'll see. Straight up Googled it and it's still got it wrong. I wonder if it's just glitching out on you. I wonder if it's just not working the way it should. That's my guess. Yeah. All right. We are back. So, up. Got it. got a little necrosis. Short not to eat good food. On good one. Have fun. Wait, what? Lady, what just happened? Got a little necrosis. Just got a little necrosis. It's fine. Well.
You are in a quarantine.
Oh wait, have I even checked your
Stay
insides?
calm and wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing, hats, glasses, and gloves.
Oh, there was something in there. There was something in there. I saw it. Oh, no wonder you're infected. You ate a zombie bone, you sicko. Life's too short not to eat good food. Amen. Amen. Yikes. Mark the red eyes. Yeah. I marked all that stuff. All right, now you can go to liquidation. Dude doesn't say a word.
Next survivor.
Yikers. What do we got? Sweet hat, bruh.
I already went through quarantine once. I passed.
You passed. Almost done. Yeah, we're getting close. I am on day 26, and this is literally the last day. Yeah. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Oh, that's right. I was like, F it, let's do this first. So close. You just finished it tonight? That was kind of my goal, too. I live in like, I'm clean. Just let me through. And I'm like, sir, you have a zombie finger up your butt? Oh, my God. So many sausages and so many potatoes up the ass. I'm not exactly sure what all these people are into. But it does tend to happen a lot. Oh, hey, he's wearing boxer briefs. He's not wearing... That's like a Speedo. Like everybody else. Okay. Emerald, thank you. All right, what about your inside, sir? Heart looks okay. Lungs. And... Like, I'm telling you. What is this? Why does this keep happening? Is there like some radio signal going around telling people if you shove a sausage up your ass that the zombies won't get you? Apparently, it's a very common thing. This is definitely not a don't knock it till you try it kind of moment. I'm good. Thank you. All right, eyes are good. You did have internal contraband. In your asshole. That's not what I clicked. There we go. Internal contraband. So he looks good. He looks clear. The zombies are vegan. Oh my God.
You are in a quarantine zone. Stay
Yeah.
calm and wait for your
We
turn.
know.
Remove your
Check the
outer
eyes. His
clothing,
eyes are fine.
Move it.
gloves.
Yeah, his eyes are good.
Prepare your belongings for inspection.
You don't need to check me. Just look in my eyes. I'm fine.
Yeah, I see them. What the? All right, we got a machete.
You can't just take my stuff.
Ammo. I'm assuming I can take that guy. Yep. Who carries around like a metal tin of lotion? I mean, good for you, but still. Still no chainsaw. Still no chainsaw. Maybe if you open your eyes, we can actually tell, damn it. Our pulse is getting up there, but I don't think it's high enough. It's not. And whack. Do a quick once over like this. And then we'll do the UV. All right, UV time. I have not had a UV like bite or anything in a long time. It has been a minute. We don't have one here either. Damn. All right. How'd you get the cool hammer? All from the drops. Sickly. Yeah, so if you find a stream that has drops, yes. If you find a stream that has drops like this one, like mine, you can earn drops. Yeah. I don't know if they have a list anywhere of all the streamers. I really wish they would have. Bag and weapons, thank you. Touche, salesman, touche. It's every streamer now? Oh, did they unlock it for everybody? I hope so. Honestly, I think there was miscommunication to begin with about who had it and who didn't. I was in talks with them before they released the full game. So, like, I was able to stream it early and then get the drops and all that stuff. Bandages count as contraband? That's bandages? I guess so. It almost looked like toilet paper.
It's not dangerous.
It was certain people at first. Yeah, I'm glad. Well, it's a good idea to let everybody do it eventually. Look for the drops enable tag. Well, I think you can even add that tag yourself, which makes it a little dicey. Oh, blissful. No, you're fine. No, you're okay. It's an auto grab. It automatically tries to look for that stuff. I thought I saw something.
You are in a quarantine zone.
When you click on the list of participating channels, it now takes you to the Q-Zone directory? Really?
Glasses and gloves.
Interesting.
Prepare your
Did it always? I don't think at any point I clicked on anything that took me to a list of streamers that were participating. Okay, so I drops enabled. Yeah. That makes sense. Eyeballs. If I've earned the drops, can I claim them after the dead date? Yes. Once you've earned them, you're good. After the drops are done, then you can just go into your Twitch drops and claim them. It's that easy. All right, we got the squiddlies. We've got the douche balls, the sketties. Had an update on this game and saw they added some names from Dead by Daylight. They did. They didn't ask. Yeah, they added the survivors. I haven't seen any. I'll probably see them once I switch over to endless mode eventually. Danger noodles, that's right. All right, I don't see any incriminatings in here. Okay. I saw these guys, that guy, and that guy. I think I saw all the goods. Might be black on the bottom left. You thought you saw something? Oh, do you mean down there? Hold on. Yeah, that was one of like the little koosh ball looking guys, but I think it's just it looked like that because of how far away it was. I think it's okay. I think she's just sick. I think people are seeing the list ones at the bottom and thinking they're the ones in the eyes. No, I think that some of them are seeing like actually in the bottom, like because we had one earlier that was like bottom center and it turned out to be like an infection thing. Needle? Nah.
I won't let you down.
How many needles do I have? This is the final day, right? 5 needles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So technically, I could needle all these people.
Come on.
You don't need to check me. Just look in my eyes. I'm
The
fine.
subject is not
I tell you what we'll do. We'll speed run a little bit.
Wait for your turn. Remove your outer clothing. Hats,
We're just gonna.
prepare your belongings for inspection.
Max,
If they're clear, we'll send them away. If they're not clear, well, then you know what we're gonna do.
One ugly bastard. No wonder they sent you here.
The subject is not infected.
Oh. Did check for the chainsaw. Oh, well, we're not supposed to confiscate it anyway. No, no, no. Target contraband item not confiscated, so we don't want to take it anyway. This thing is clear. Miltos, thank you for the gifted, dude.
Next survivor.
Watch.
Please. I can't go back.
I was about to say, this one is going to be the one, this nice looking older lady is going to be the one that's actually infected.
Move it.
Move it.
I don't want to cause any trouble. Just let me through if I'm clear.
We'll save the needle. Save the needle. Ka-chow.
Don't make me wait.
One extra. Hey, are you infected?
I don't want
The
to cause any
subject is
trouble.
not infected.
Nope, they're clear.
Let me through if I'm clear.
Hey. I got a needle I saved for you.
Out of my way.
The subject is not infected.
Damn it, man. Worked out. Yeah, the one with the yellow skin definitely helped.
Attention. Evacuation convoy arriving today.
Sir.
Samantha, you didn't see that. You saw nothing. He called me an idiot. He deserved it. He deserved every inch of what just happened to him. He was rude. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Look, see, we just had to not confiscate it. So there you go. Intrusive thought, dude. Listen, I was close to this, not this. He had it coming. He was mean. Real hello. How are you? How was your stream? How'd it go? Oh God, sound went away. Hold on. There we go.
Stay calm and
Went well. Having so much fun playing the game. I'm so close to the end. I just made it through. Oh, are they starving? Not starving, but I think they need food. I mean, might as well. And then I think the people one means I have too many survivors, but it's okay because they're about to go out anyway. Yeah, yeah. I feel like we're missing a bunch of stuff. Or maybe they're going to add a bunch of stuff. I don't know. All right. Time to start the evacuation. Shipping them out. That's right. All right. Well, I mean, we don't need to save any, right? I did have an issue with it saying poor inspection when I had nothing left to inspect. Someone was literally just saying that earlier, that they had the same issue where they were having, had nothing else to look at and everything looked fine, but they were still getting poor inspection. Yeah. A lot of survivors. We have a few couple. We have 31. So do I send all 20? You know what? I never upgraded the one thing either. Does it matter? How do we apply the draw? I'll show you. I'll show you. Last evac. Yeah, I mean, I guess I get rid of them all, right? I just ignored the poor inspection. Yeah, if you know that you did a good inspection and it still said poor, you just move on. It sucks. It's annoying. It's a bug, but yeah. Hey, Jay, I know. I wanted to complete this, man. Yeah. I mean, it's the last day. We're just send. We're full send. Hopefully we don't regret that, but we shouldn't. It'll be fine. Look at the little raccoons walking around. Hey, what are you doing, little buddy? Now we sleep. We saved like 4 or 5.
Infected rushing the perimeter. Prevent breach.
Now it's game time. Because now I actually know about the toys that I have in the bottom left. Love it. This is great. Did I mention how great this is? This is great. The best. Best part. Let's do airstrike there. We'll do rockets over there. We'll do a bomb right there. Rockets there. We'll do another airstrike. We'll do that there. Jeez, those big boys we just obliterate. Last but not least, crikey, a Dunzo. Oh my god! At least he has the toys. Damn right, I have the toys. They're my toys. 19,000 bucks. Okay, so 31 non-infected sent. We didn't send a single infected. I don't think I sent a single infected this entire time.
Mission accomplished. Civilians extracted from the city. Standing by for further instructions.
Exemplary work. Stop by my quarters. I'd like to thank you in person.
Stop by his quarters? Where the hell's his quarters?
I don't know what'll happen to mankind tomorrow, but today you gave us a damn good reason to keep fighting.
It's really awkward silence there for a minute.
Me a new placement in recognition of outstanding service. Credit where credit is due. I told him, hell, the kid did all the work. Son, either you've got some kind of guardian angel or somebody above must really like you. I want you to stay under my command. You could rot in this hellhole if you'd like. If I were you, I'd think twice about the offer. Whatever you choose, thank you for your service. This piece saved my ass more than once. Take it before I change my mind.
Oh, we leave or stay? Oh man, what do you think? What should we do? What do we do? Hey, Kato, what's up? I say we leave. I say we get out of here. Peace out for sure. Yeah. I wanted to smack you this whole time. Get to the chopper. All right. Looking around, make sure I'm not missing anything. No, it's fine. Let's get out of here. Let's get at freedom, freedom. And the plane crashes, the helicopter crashes. We have to stay anyway. Roll the credits. We did it. The poor raccoons. Oh no. We left them behind. Oh no. Man, this was a good one. This one held held me in. Like I wanted to keep playing it more and more and more. Yeah. This was so good. Just a helicopter full of raccoons. Listen, I'll save every damn one of them. Every damn one of them. Oh my gosh. We'll let the credits roll. Does this mean that the apocalypse is over? No, I think that means we have to go back. Eventually. I found the codes in my email. What do I do with the codes? So you take the codes and you enter them into Steam. Once you enter them into Steam, then you need to go turn them on in the game. All right, we're actually going to skip. That was it. We have finally completed the campaign. It took a few couple. I think Stang puts it in endless mode. That's a pretty good assumption. Yeah. Yeah, on Steam, you go to game and then activate a product on Steam and you enter the codes in there. And then once you do that and you're in game, after you've already entered them, you go to options, gameplay, and then down here is the DLC stuff. And you turn them on here. Pistol skin. Ooh, that's what he gave to us. We got a new pistol skin because we beat the game. That's cool. That's rad. Hi, Lauren. How are you? All right. Well, it is 1 a.m. It is 1 a.m, which means it is time for me to turn into a pumpy can, but we finally freaking beat it. Hail to the yeah. Hail to the yeah. You're good, Mira. Thank you. All right, friends. Let's go find someone to say hi to. Thank you guys so much for an awesome stream. Thank you all for being here. I'll make sure to get every bit of this posted. It's just going to take some time. Oh, of course. Thank you guys for being here, man. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's end it everywhere else so we can go find somewhere to raid. Appreciate all the loves on the talks and the tubes and the keeks. Thank you guys so much. I had posted in my Discord about it earlier today, but just another heads up that for those that don't know, that I'm testing the multi-streaming stuff when it comes to doing it on the 3 main platforms, like for the horizontal streams. So Kick, Tube, and Twitch, trying it on all 3 just to see how I feel about it. So far, it's been good. So far, I haven't had any problems. But yeah. All right. Let's send it over there and it over there. If it loads, there we go. All right. All right. Now we can go find someone to say hi to. Getting shit weather here, so hopefully you won't get hit with it for your trip. Oh, we're not going to get hit with it for our trip, but when we get home, we're going to get hit with it. Yeah, we're going to be in Florida. We're not going to be anywhere near it. But when we come home, though, that's when we have to worry about it. Yeah. So I will not be live on Friday. I will not be live on Sunday. I might be live on Monday. Maybe. It is possible. I'm not 100% sure yet. I was telling chat earlier that there's a possibility I might go live for a little bit while we're away. Maybe. But I'll keep you guys posted. All right, let's find somewhere to go, friends. Florida's been a bit cool lately, though. Oh, yeah. Well, it's supposed to be this weekend. So this weekend, it is supposed to be, let's see, Friday, high of 79. Saturday, high of 80. Sunday, high of 86. Yeah. It's gonna be a little bit warmer. Just a little bit. The code we get for this game, we go to activate a product on Steam. Yes. That is where you do it. Oh, you're local, Orlando. Nice. While I'm away, if you guys need your fix and you need to see stuff, the 24/7 channel is there. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to change the playlist over to the throwback stuff here as soon as I can. And then the next VOD, it'll change. But that is live all the time, friends. All the time. All right. We are going to go. Let us see. Let us see. Let us see. Thank you, Sam. No, thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. We're super excited, man. We're going to take a buttload of photos and videos and stuff, and I'll make sure to share with you guys. You know, we were recently there, but you know, they are homies. They are homies. They are homies. And they're also playing Quarantine Zone. I think the last time we rated them, they were playing Quarantine Zone. All right. If you are a follower, that is for you. If you are a sub, that is for you. If you are Creepy Tier 3, that's for you. Close enough. I hear the Disney fireworks every night. Do you really? Damn. That is extremely close. Holy hell. All right. Let us prepare the raid. All right, friends. Thank you guys so much for everything that you do. Always. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I will see you guys possibly this weekend. Probably Monday. We'll see. I'm not sure. But either way, I appreciate you guys. I'll be around Discord occasionally just to stop in and say, hey, obviously I won't be streaming or anything, but I'll try to have a video or two available over the next few days, especially so there won't be too much missed. But you guys rock. I love you guys. Thank you for everything. I appreciate you. We have the extended goal for the month. We'll see what happens. If we reach it, we'll do the 12-hour. But next month, we're guaranteed to do a viewer day. I love you guys. Thank you for everything that you do. Love you. Bye.